Good afternoon and welcome to Turf Moor. It's Burnley versus Bournemouth today. Relegation threatened Burnley are in a very poor vein of form right now. Their defeat to Crystal Palace last week was almost a turning point for the Burnley fans, as many of them have now begun to turn against Vincent Kompany. Vincent Kompany can ill afford another poor performance today. For Bournemouth, well, they're looking for a couple more wins just to make sure they stay away from the bottom three. They've been stuttering a little bit lately. A defeat to Manchester City, a draw with Newcastle, and a defeat to Fulham. They actually haven't won since the 3-0 victory at Fulham on the 26th of December. So the teams are gathering in the tunnel here. Turf Moor just filling up. Looks like rather a beautiful day today in Burnley. Let's just take a look at the team changes today. Burnley make 3 changes from the disappointing defeat to Crystal Palace. In comes Vitinho for Johan Berg Gudmundsson, as Lawrence Assanyon moves from right back to right wing. Josh Cullen steps in for the injured Josh Brownhill. Not for the injured Josh Brownhill, I apologise, for the suspended Josh Brownhill, who was sent off in that game against Crystal Palace. And Jacob Brun-Larsen comes in for Zeki Amdouni. For Bournemouth, well, they have rung the changes following their 1-0 home defeat in the FA Cup 5th round to Leicester. Neto returns in goal. Alex Scott is replaced by Ryan Christie. Semenyo steps in for Luis Sinisterra. Kluivert is in for Philip Billing. And Tavernier is in for Ouattara. And Dominic Solanke, who was at risk of not playing today. It was very debatable whether the leading scorer, Dominic Solanke, would be playing today. He is in fact fit and does make the starting lineup. He comes in for Enes Ünal. So let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting with Burnley, who are managed by Vincent Kompany. Start off with James Trafford in goal, Charlie Taylor, Maxim Esteve, Dara O'Shea and Vitinho make up the back 4. The 4 in midfield is Wilson Odobert, Josh Cullen, the captain, Sander Berg, Lawrence Assanyon, Jacob Brun-Larsen and David Datro Fofana. For Bournemouth, well, they line up as follows. Neto returns in goal, he's the captain. Milos Kerkez, Marquez Fanesi, Elliot Zabanyi, Adam Smith make up the back 4. The 2 holding midfielders are Lewis Cook and Ryan Christie. The 3 behind the front man is Antoine Semenyo, Justin Kluivert and Marcus Tavernier, with leading scorer Dominic Solanke holding the lines. And the substitutes today, starting with Burnley, Ariane Muric, still waiting for his first Premier League appearance this season, Halmar Ekdal, Hannes Delcroix, Jack Cork, Johan Gudmundsson, Jay Rodriguez, Manuel Benson, Zeki Amdouni on the substitutes bench for the first time this season, and Mike Tresso. For Bournemouth, Mark Travers, Chris Meppen, Max Kinsey-Wellings, Romain Favre, Alex Scott, Philip Billing, Dango Ouattara, Luis Sinisterra and Enes Ünal. And our referee today is David Coote, he's 41 from Nottinghamshire. David was promoted to the Select Group 1 referees in April 2018. And David has taken charge of 2 Bournemouth games. This is the first time he has taken charge of a Burnley game this season. He's joined on the lines by Adam Nunn and Craig Taylor. The 4th official is Darren Bond, with Jarrett Gillett and Tim Wood in Stockley Park. We've already seen some VAR controversy this weekend. We don't want to see any more as it stands. And these 2 teams, of course, have played each other on a number of different occasions. They've played each other 35 times, and Bournemouth have won 16. Bournemouth have won 8, and there's been 11 draws. The first meeting between the 2 teams was actually fairly recently in terms of footballing history. On January the 7th, 1961, in the FA Cup 3rd round at Turf Moor. Burnley then were one of the best teams in the country. They beat Bournemouth, who were then called Bournemouth and Boscombe Athletic, 1-0. Some of the news events of 1961, in January the 17th, Dwight D. Eisenhower provides a farewell speech to the nation 3 days before leaving office, in which he warns against the accumulation of power by the military-industrial complex. On January the 20th, the youngest elected president of the US, John F. Kennedy, is administered his oath of office at his inauguration. The players are just waiting to come out at the moment. They're still in the tunnel. You take a look at James Trafford there, and Russ Vernon is my co-commentator today. I'm just going to bring him in here now, and I'm going to ask him these changes by Vincent Kompany. He's obviously looking to change things up after the defeat to Palace. Russ, is this an act of desperation, or is this maybe a masterstroke by Vincent Kompany?
I'm not sure, Paul. I'm wondering whether it could be a masterstroke from Vincent Kompany. You just have to look at how they have done this season, Burnley, and I agree with what one of the pundits was saying on the TV while listening to in the build-up to this game. I'm not going to mention his name, but he used to play for Manchester United, and he says Burnley needed a change of mindset. It's about not giving goals away and keeping the fans on side. And he also says you've got to feel for Burnley have to win today, the Clarets, if they are to get any chance of staying in the Premier League. And I do agree with him with that. If Burnley need to stay in the Premier League, they really need to take points off of Bournemouth this afternoon.
Well, there's definitely no doubt about that, Russ, now as the players do come onto the field. Bournemouth have brought, considering the kickoff time at 1 p.m. in the UK, they really have brought a fair amount of fans, haven't they? I mean, it's an awful long trip to start a kickoff time at this time. Surely the FA would have been better making the Manchester derby at this time and have this game in the later on in the afternoon, wouldn't it?
Yes, but the Manchester derby was going to be at 4:30 this afternoon, but they've only switched it to 3:30 because of police advice. Because Sky had already scheduled Burnley game to kick off at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but that was when they were thinking Manchester derby were going to kick off at 4:30. But because of the scheduling of the police asking the Manchester derby to kick off an hour earlier, they've moved this an hour earlier as well. So considering those changes there, that is the reason why, in my opinion.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, what I was more thinking of is rather than scheduling the Manchester derby at 4:30 and then change to 3:30, would they not have been better at scheduling this game at 4:30 and the other game at, say, 1 o'clock?
Well, for me, I think they probably would have been, but I think with these sort of games, Sky normally choose the kick-off times, and that's why they've selected the games to be. So Sky select the kick-off times and select the matches for those kick-off times, and it's down to the police authorities and the officials and the clubs to agree to those kick-off times.
Right. Well, the two teams are just gathered at the centre circle as Bournemouth are today in their yellow and blue halves. It's a darker blue, so it doesn't clash with the blue, the claret, the blue section of the claret and blue shirt of Burnley. And the referee is just we're a bit delayed here. It's 1:05 here, so we are a little bit delayed. As we just wait for the referee just to get us everything sorted, and we'll be underway momentarily. Ross, maybe while we're waiting, could I get a prediction from you today?
Well, I don't think you'll lie me, Paul, when I mention this with you being a follower of Burnley, and I don't think if JB's listening, I don't think he'd be happy with me as well, Paul. But I think Bournemouth will win this game today. I think it's going to be 2-0 to Bournemouth with Solanke scoring a double. Or a brace, as they call it.
Right. Well, you might be right. I certainly don't see a Burnley victory myself. I also think they're going to lose. I think for Vincent Kompany, he just needs to see a much better performance from Burnley than what we've seen in recent weeks. And he's sat on the bench there. He does look a bit apprehensive, doesn't he, Ross? Not his usual calm self.
Yeah, he does. I think he knows the pressure's on Burnley now to get something out of this game if they are to stay in the division, and if he's showing signs of that, then what's the players going to say? Because they normally take confidence from the manager, and if the manager's showing signs of apprehensiveness and nerves, then that's not going to work. That's going to rub off onto the players, which won't look good, which then won't please the fans as well.
Well, we are about ready to get underway here. It's just the final preparations by Bournemouth, just in the huddle there as they are looking to pick up a win themselves. They've been without a win for a while. Since Boxing Day was the last time Bournemouth picked up 3 points. And today they have got a challenge on their hands. Burnley, well, this is the lowest points record that they have ever had in their history at this point, at this level, since 1970-71 when they were relegated and they only had 2 wins. Burnley get the game underway in their claret and blue shirts, attacking the Jimmy McIlroy stand, which is the goal to our left. Bournemouth in their yellow and blue away jerseys, and the ball is launched forward. It's just dealt with by Esteve there. He gets his head on that, and he tries to keep it in play, but he's not able to, as Dominic Solanke was going to go over to take the throw in, but it's now been left to the number 24, Antoine Semenyo, and there's an early booking here by David Coote. Looks like it's been given to Dara O'Shea for kicking the ball away. Oh, what a silly booking. He actually heads the ball out of Solanke's hand, and Dara O'Shea, as a centre-back, this is very, very silly booking to take early on. And I'll get your comment on that in a moment, Ross, but here's Kirkes for Bournemouth. And the ball is dropped back. It was almost intercepted by Esteve there. And the ball now is played down to Smith. Smith plays the ball forward. He's looking for Solanke there, but Solanke is in an offside position. Ross, really silly booking early on, hey?
Yes, absolutely stupid. And now he's got to watch himself for the remainder of this game. If he goes into a bad challenge, which is endangering the opponent or worthy of a yellow card, then he will get Burnley down to 10 men, and he'll be. And I can see one of our friends, JB, being very annoyed with Dara O'Shea right now for that silly yellow card to give away there. And I can understand it as well, because if I was a Burnley fan, I'd be annoyed with Dara O'Shea giving away it's like stupid yellow card.
Well, the ball's down the right-hand side now, and here's Odegaard. He gets into the middle. Puts the ball across and looking for Dacroft Fofana, but that is cleared away that time by Senesi. It's picked up by Cullen again. And Cullen has the ball. He dropped it to Sanderberg, and Sanderberg just gives the ball there to the number 33, Esteve. Esteve gets a shot in, but it's blocked. And it's just trying to be cleared away this time by Ryan Christie, but he goes down, and it is a foul and a free kick. And the throw-in is taken quickly by Charlie Taylor and knocked out by David Datra Fofana. It's going to be a throw-in, and the ball is picked up here by the number 15, Adam Smith, taking the throw-ins down the right-hand side for Bournemouth. This time, Adam Smith just able to take his time a little bit. And he throws the ball forward, and it's picked up here by Solanke. Solanke is dispossessed here, and it's Odegaard. And here's Vitinho. Vitinho gets to the edge of the area, left-hand side, Vitinho. Oh, and he got caught between the temptation of passing there and beating the last defender, Ross. That was, in the end, unfortunate for Vitinho.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Vitinho there, Paul. He was in 2 man's there. Should have crossed? Should have play a pass? And in the end, should I take a shot? And in the end, he did neither. But that was a good chance for Burnley early on to try and get in behind, but the team couldn't take it for them.
Here's Dara O'Shea. O'Shea launches the ball into the middle. It's hooked up in the air by Zabarnyi. Almost cleared away. Comes out on the edge of the box to Odegaard with a shot, but that is blocked. And now going across to deal with this is Tavernier. Tavernier clears the ball, but it's only got as far as Esteve. Esteve drops the ball to Cullen. Josh Cullen is in for the suspended Josh Brownhill today, and he's wearing the captain's armband. Esteve, Berg, Cullen, Esteve. Esteve just picks up the ball as Dominic Solanke, just moving a bit gingerly right now. Here's Berg again, gives the ball to Cullen, and he drops the ball there to Brun Larson. Brun Larson to Odegaard, swung across. Here's a chance and a good save. Vitinho swung that ball in fact, and it was Wilson Odegaard with the shot. And that is an early opportunity for Burnley, Ross.
Yes, brilliant bit of play from Burnley as well. You see a brilliant ball from Wilson Odegaard in Good ball into us and early ball there from Asing on the winger today. Normally right about winger today. Coutinho coming to the middle as well. It was a decent effort from the Burnley man on a ball, but it was too weak with the effort. A decent strike, but just didn't have enough power on it and enough conviction to be Neto there. Otherwise, that would have been 1-0 there to Burnley. Burnley's start, I know Bournemouth are playing well as well, Paul, but Burnley's start here is good. It's a good positive start from Burnley, considering they've only won
Well,
5
the ball's
goals.
just been given away now on the edge of the area, and Adam Smith had to clear the ball away for a corner. Burnley applying some pressure early on here with 5 minutes gone. And it's going to be a corner for Burnley, which Jacob Brun-Larsen will take. And
it needs to be a good delivery, this ball.
Yes, Sanderberg and Assignon are in there. Jacob Brun-Larsen has gone to take it. He's playing in a centre-forward position today, so another really interesting change by Vincent Kompany there as well. But Jacob Brun-Larsen's going to probably outswing this one. Indeed, he does. Up goes the head, and Fofana goes in for it, but just didn't make a connection with it. He maybe got a little bit confused as to whether to head the ball or bring it down, and it's cleared away by Adam Smith, but it does go out of play. It's going to be another throw-in for Burnley. But this is a good start by the Clarets. They've got themselves into an early ascendancy here, and the early chance for Wilson Odegaard, which one he may regret not taking ultimately. The throw-in will be taken, and it's picked up by the number 23 there, Fofana. It's now back with James Trafford. And Trafford clears the ball downfield. And Jacob Brun-Larsen chasing that one down. But it's headed down nicely by Smith and then cleared away by Zabarnyi. But there has been a foul on Charlie Taylor. And it will be a free kick for Burnley in a pretty dangerous position, Russ.
Yes, good start this from Burnley. Definite free kick there. Foul by Lewis Cook on Charlie Taylor, who know each other quite well from the time in Leeds United, Poland. They play together in Leeds, and these two, Cook and Taylor. But that was a definite foul by Cook on Taylor. But good start from Burnley. Going back to that chance quickly from Fofana, Paul. What happened when the corner came in? Sanderberg got an header down towards him, and then the ball just bounced away from him. If Berg hadn't got the header on the ball initially, I think Fofana may have scored.
Well, the free kick to be taken here. Brun-Larsen just dummies it, then Cullen dummies it. Finally, it is Brun-Larsen, and it's just headed out there by Senesi, only as far as Assignon. And and it's given to the number 24 there for Cullen. And finally, the cross is swung in, but it goes behind for a goal kick. And Bournemouth perhaps a little shocked with the start here that Burnley have made. And but so far, you can see there's 4 attempts by Burnley, 72% possession by Burnley in these first 7 minutes. And I got to be honest with you, Ross, this is a really good start by Burnley. I'm quite surprised. I was expecting a response, but I wasn't really expecting this kind of early domination.
Same here, Paul. I thought Burnley would give a response to the performances from last week and previous weeks here in the relegation 6-pointer, but I never thought it would be a big reaction to this effect. I thought, they'll probably tighten it up at the back, but I didn't think they'd have this much attack.
Here come Bournemouth now, just down the left-hand side. The cross comes in. Good work by Taylor. And it's just cleared away. The cross came in from Solanke down the left that time. And, it was nearly a first goal there. But it's Charlie Taylor with the excellent piece of defending there. And here's Senesi for Bournemouth. He plays the ball long forward and chasing in the middle. Here is Solanke. Is he in here? Oh, that's a good block that time by Esteve. And it's picked up by Semenye. Semenye drops it back to Smith. Smith with the cross, and it's headed out again as far as Jacob Brun-Larsen, who clears the ball downfield. And it's picked up again now by Josh Cullen in the midfield. Cullen plays the ball down the right-hand side, and chasing this one across there is Coutinho, but Senesi just puts the ball out of play. And a wild rush early on here Ross, you can see that ball was gotten down by Solanke. He gets the cross in. That is a good piece of defending because you know what? Semenyo was right there.
Yes, brilliant bit of play down the left-hand side. And a brilliant ball in, and Semenyo was into the back post. And if Taylor hadn't got that, Semenyo would have, and it would have been 1-0 to Bournemouth. But that's superb defensive play from Charlie Taylor. And that's the Charlie Taylor I know he can style of defending and I can do from his time at least his time early on at Burnley when he first moved to Turf Moor. And what we'll say is, Paul, here, that piece of defensive play there was absolutely fantastic from Charlie Taylor. And what I'm going to say to the people is, who's listening, if you're not watching this game right now and you get the chance to see the highlights, or the game back in full when you can, make sure you watch that piece of defending from Charlie Taylor because that was absolutely fantastic piece of defending. And it looks as though Bournemouth here, Paul, may have to make an early substitution. And it looks like he may be, I'm not sure if that's Chris Mepham getting an early change there because I think it's Senesi who may be down needing some treatment here and having to come off shortly. But it looks as though Chris Mepham may have to come on early on, which is not an ideal scenario for Bournemouth to have, especially with the way Burnley are playing. Having to fetch another defender will then take a bit of time to get used to the game and get used to getting up to the speed of the game, which could cause problems for Bournemouth in this game, but could be signs of good promise for Burnley with this potential early change for Bournemouth.
Well, he's still down at the moment. There is movement on the Bournemouth bench. It's Vincent Kompany just taking the time to pass on some instructions to Assignon. He's back on his feet now. It looks like it's Adam Smith. And it looks like, yes, the Areola here has made the signal for a change. So it's Senesi actually, not Adam Smith. It's Senesi. I apologise if I get some of these names wrong. The numbers are very difficult to read on the back of those Bournemouth jerseys. But Senesi is the one coming off. And let's just see who is coming on. It is Chris Mepham. So really, Ross, it's a like-for-like change, really.
Yeah, it's a like-for-like change. What I was saying, Paul, Mepham will have to get used to getting up to the speed of the game, which could prove problems for Bournemouth and could work in Burnley's favour.
Well, it does look like a hamstring. The throw-in is to be taken by Assignon. It's a long one, and it's headed back into the penalty area after being headed out by Christie. It's picked up now and attempted to be cleared away by Tavernier. It comes off, but Coutinho goes behind for a goal kick. Senesi now just clutching the back of his leg where his hamstring is, and he does look in some discomfort, and frustrating for a player to pick up an injury like that. Because even a slight pull will probably keep you out for about 2 weeks. If it's anything worse than that, you could be out for a great deal longer. And it's not what Andoni Areola would have wanted. As the goal kick is taken quickly, it's won in the air by Kluivert. It's headed on Semenyi, and the ball is knocked on again, looking for Dominic Solanke. But Kluivert is in here. Kluivert beats him and scores, and Bournemouth take the lead. Oh, he just beat Dara O'Shea there, and Bournemouth take the lead. A goal against a run of play, and Kluivert has given Bournemouth the 1-goal lead as the fans celebrate in the cricket field stand, where those Bournemouth fans are housed. And, well, Ross, Kluivert beat O'Shea way too easily there.
Yes, he did, Paul. And Burnley's defence, we were speaking about it before the game, Paul, with needing to win this game and have better defensive capabilities. But Dario O'Shea is ball watching, and you can see him here. As the ball comes across, he's just looking where the ball is. And Kluivert may have just been offside as the ball was played through to him, but then just as the ball was about to be played through here from Smith, but then he gets back onside before the ball is played and runs through. And maybe that's what Dario O'Shea is looking at. Sees him offside and thinks if the ball comes through, it's going to get disallowed. I don't think he will get disallowed here, Paul, in my opinion.
No, I don't. And it seemed to me, Ross, as well, there was some confusion with Esteve and O'Shea about who was going to go over and challenge for that. If you look at the replay, you see them both shrugging their shoulders. Finally, O'Shea moves for it, but he's nowhere near in the position that he needs to be in order to make that challenge. And it's a lack of communication again in the Burnley defence that costs them, not for the first time this season.
Yes, and what we'll say as well, Paul, is there's one of the ball on the left-hand side here. You can't really blame James Trafford for that chance there, because he had no chance. He thought the defence were going to clear it. He thought his defence would have cleared that ball before the ball got through to Kluivert, but no one was picking up Kluivert, and that's the defender's job to pick up Kluivert. Trafford did all he could to try and close him down, but O'Shea and Esteve should have dealt with the ball a lot sooner than to get through to Kluivert in that situation.
And here is Sander Berg now for Burnley. We've had a comment in the comment section by Joe Smoke. He thinks that was rather a lucky goal. And it was actually, I think it was a really good turn by Kluivert, showing his quality there. But for Burnley, it's certainly a sucker punch, as here is Dara O'Shea now. It's picked up by Sander Berg, midway inside the Bournemouth half of the field. Berg just tries to play the ball through to Taylor, and, well, he goes down, does Taylor, and he's appealing for the penalty. And we're going to get a VAR review here. Let's just take a look, because that looked like he'd been cleaned out, but also I think Semenyo may have won the ball too. Let's have a look. Well, did he win the ball before he made contact, Ross? That's the question.
Yeah, that's the question. I think he does, Paul, to be, in my opinion. I think he does get the ball beforehand, and VAR has come to the same conclusion as me. It's no penalty.
So Bournemouth now breaking forward. It's played long, and chasing this one is Solanke, and it's knocked back by Esteve to the goalkeeper, James Trafford. Esteve has the ball again now, as Burnley now have to try to recover from conceding that goal and continue to apply the pressure on the Bournemouth goal, which they've done from the start of the game. Here's Dara O'Shea. The most important thing for Burnley, Ross, is that they don't fall apart at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. They've started well, and they've come back into this game really well after going a goal behind. And if Burnley continue to play like they did from the beginning, and I always got told when I was playing football at school and when I was playing with my friends, when we conceded, we always used to get together and just say, right, it's back to 0. Yes, I know it sounds silly, but it's back to 0-0. Get the next goal, and then go again from then. Every time a goal scored, all the mindset is it's back to 0-0. Let's go and get the next goal. Let's go get the next goal. I know it sounds silly because it's 1-0 Bournemouth, but in the players' minds will be like, it's now 0-0. We've kicked off again. Let's go on and get the first goal in this part of the game.
Well, it's a free kick now for Burnley, and it's just standing over this one is Esteve. And he swings the ball towards the back post, looking for Dara O'Shea. O'Shea heads the ball down, and it's crossed in by Vitinho. And back to Fofana on the edge of the area, but it breaks loose, and here's Brun Larsen. And he gives the ball to Asanyon, and Asanyon drops the ball back into his half of the field. And James Trafford comes out to deal with that, who plays the ball long, looking for Asanyon. And dealing with that is, on the far side there, is Chris Mepham, I think. It's so difficult to read those numbers, Ross, on the back of the shirt. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, I'm surprised I've got white on there. I'd probably put blue numbers on back of the Bournemouth shirt, so we just see the goal again from Clive. Brilliant run through and a fish. And like we were saying, Paul, Trafford couldn't do much about that goal. You can't really put any blame on James Trafford there for the Bournemouth goal, but Burnley have responded well to going the goal behind and need to keep this up if they're to get back into this game.
Brun Larsen just drops the ball to Josh Cullen. Brun Larsen again down to the right-hand side to Vitinho. Vitinho, he's got Solanke in front of him. And the ball is played there to Maxim Esteve, and then he gives it to Taylor. Taylor drops it to 24 Josh Cullen, and he goes all the way back to the goalkeeper. And Cullen just gives it to Dara O'Shea there, and he drops it back to James Trafford. And James Trafford now. He's just taking his time here. He's way out of his penalty area. And he needs to be careful here, Trafford. He's under pressure there from Dominic Solanke. And that's not somebody who you want to mess around with. And the ball is played forward now to Assignon. Assignon swings the ball forward, looking for Jacob Brun-Larsen. But cutting across there is Zabarnyi, and he puts the ball out of play. And it's going to be a throw-in taken quickly. And here's Sanderberg, gives it to Cullen, back to Sanderberg. Midway inside the Bournemouth half of the field, right-hand side. And here now is Maximus Esteve moving down the left. And he gives the ball to Brun-Larsen. Brun-Larsen drops the ball to Cullen. Patient build-up by Burnley. Here is Sanderberg, and he gives the ball to Assignon. Assignon tries to swing the cross in from the right-hand side, but it's blocked. And it goes out of play for a throw-in to Burnley. With 20 minutes gone here, it's Burnley 0, Bournemouth 1. As here's Assignon again. He gives the ball to Vitinho. Vitinho's pass is not the best to Fofana, but Wilson Odegaard did keep the ball in play and tried to play the ball across, but it was blocked, and Burnley get a corner out of that persistence, Ross.
Yeah, good play from Wilson Odegaard there. He didn't give up. He knew the ball was going to go into the penalty area and not find the intended target of Fofana. He thought, I'll get in there, I'll try and get on the end of this ball in. And he managed to do that and wins Burnley a corner, which is, you need to really score from this if they have to get back into this game, in my opinion.
Okay, so Odegaard gets into the penalty area, gets the cross there, and it just misses Sanderberg in the middle. In fact, it goes under his foot and is cleared away by Zabarnyi. James Trafford is on the halfway line. He launches the ball back into the penalty area, and it's headed out that time by Adam Smith, and it's going to be a throw-in, which Charlie Taylor will take, level with the Bournemouth penalty area. And Taylor plays the ball back into the centre circle to Esteve. Esteve gives the ball to Sanderberg. Berg gives the ball to Charlie Taylor. Taylor back there to Cullen. Cullen just manages to find Wilson Odegaard. Odegaard gives it to Berg again. And Sanderberg, this is good work by him. He beats one Bournemouth player, tries to slip the ball through to Vitinho, but it's blocked. He wins it back to Sanderberg. And here it's Josh Cullen. He finds Odegaard. Odegaard in the penalty area finds Vitinho. Vitinho, right-hand side, gets the cross in, but it goes over everybody's head. And finally, Semenya can just shield that ball and allow it to roll out of play for a throw-in to Bournemouth with 22 minutes gone. Again, good build-up from Burnley, Ross, but it seems to be just the final ball.
Yeah, just the final ball of Aiding Burnley at the moment. And that's a wonderful backheel flick from when the corner was taken a few moments ago from Esteve. And Lewis Cook had all the Sanderberg in there, pulling him all over as the ball coming in. That could have been a potential penalty for Burnley if it had gone down, but he stayed on his feet there, this Sanderberg, and that's why the penalty wasn't given. But good bit of play again from Burnley. They're starting to cause Bournemouth a few more problems now, like there was early on in the game before the goal was taken.
The ball is played down the right-hand side to Assignon. It's blocked, but it comes back to Vitinho with a shot, and it's over the crossbar and goes behind. Well, it goes over and it goes out for a goal kick.
Why was he shooting there? Why was he shooting there, Paul? He's got Jakob Brun-Larsen at the back post, waiting for the cross. He's got Fofana alongside him to play it to. He could have chipped it to the back post for Brun-Larsen to have an header or bring it down and have a shot. He didn't need to shoot there, Vitinho, and that's where Burnley's frailties are. They're taking shots when they shouldn't do, and they're crossing the ball when they should be shooting, and that's what's costing Burnley this game in this season so far.
And Bournemouth have the ball in the penalty area now, and it's ballooned over the crossbar that time, and it's a goal kick. And this started really from James Trafford's ball. Again, it was another poor distribution by James Trafford. That's what cost Burnley in the last game against Crystal Palace. Fortunately, the position wasn't as dangerous there. And goes over and behind, and James Trafford now will have a goal kick. But Trafford's distribution has been called into question a few times this season. That was another example of it there.
Absolutely, Paul. His distribution's not been the best. Playing out from goal kicks, he's been good, but not from playing it off of the floor.
Well, he has the ball back in his hands now. And he's now going to get another opportunity. And he gives the simple ball here to Esteve. And Esteve drops the ball back here to Josh Cullen. Cullen now in the centre circle, played forward to Wilson Odebar. Odebar moves forward now, sends the ball down the left-hand side to Brun Larson. Brun Larson, corner of the penalty area, left-hand side. He pulls the ball across to Wilson Odebar. Is he fouled there? Josh Cullen thinks so. And I don't know what David Cooter's blown here, whether he's given the free kick or not. It doesn't look like it. But I think the tackle was late on Odebar here. I'm just going to get Russ's thoughts in a minute once we've seen a replay of that, because I'm not entirely convinced one way or another just looking at it at first hand. I'd just like to see a second look at that. Of course, the poor referee doesn't get a second look at it. But let's take a look here. It's played across by Brun Larson. Yeah, that's a foul to me, Russ. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it again and we want to see whereabouts it was the foul that was taken. And just on the edge of the D by number 19, which is Clivert. Because not only did Clivert foul him, but Mepham fouled him afterwards. And Mepham was inside the penalty area when he fouled him. So it could either been a free kick on the edge or a penalty there for Burnley. But David Coote gave nothing.
Well, here's Coutinho. Coutinho, middle of the park, and midway inside the Bournemouth half of the field. It's given to Josh Cullen. And it's now back with Coutinho again. Edge of the area, he tries a shot, but it was blocked. Comfortably blocked, really. Other options available for Coutinho. He picks the ball up again. He's going to get a second chance now. This time he tried to play the ball through to Fofana, but it was cleared away by Chris Mepham. As it's all the way back into the Burnley half from that clearance, and it's picked up again by Cullen, who gives the ball to Esteve as Burnley continue to pile under pressure. And that's a poor ball by Esteve. Goes out of play there. I guess he was looking for Charlie Taylor, but that really was a bad ball.
It was just behind Taylor. If he wants to find Taylor, you need to play it in front of the left back so he can run onto the ball, not play behind him. Because once the ball goes behind him, he's going to have to turn, try and get on it. And by the time he's turned to try and get on the ball already gone out of play or to a Bournemouth player. It needs to be in front of Taylor or to his feet if Burnley want to get Taylor on the ball, because that's what it's good at.
Well, it's picked up here by Berg, and he gives the ball to Esteve. Esteve gives the ball to Taylor. Taylor storming over the halfway line now, left-hand side. Can you get the cross in, Taylor? Oh, it's a poor one, and it's hooked away by Zabarnyi, but that is a really poor cross. And it's been really indicative of Burnley and their final ball into the penalty area in this first half. They've had possession. They've put pressure on the Bournemouth defence, but it's really been the final ball. And you can see with the 7 attempts on target, the 7 attempts have only had 1 on target. Here's Esteve. He crosses the ball in as Chris Mepham was watching Fofana there. It goes all the way to Coutinho. Coutinho. Drop back to Assignon. Here's Sanderberg. Sanderberg, right-hand side, corner of the penalty area. Pulled across here to Odebar. And it's now given to Esteve. Esteve drops the ball there to Cullen. Cullen, looking for options available. He finds Brun Larson. Brun Larson gives the ball to Sanderberg. As Burnley just passing the ball around at the moment, looking for a way inside this Bournemouth defence. Cullen plays the ball forward, and it's a good challenge there by Fofana. As once again now it's Esteve down the left, gives the ball to Charlie Taylor. Taylor crosses the ball. It's a bit of a better cross this time. It's headed out by Mepham. Only as far here though as Dara O'Shea. O'Shea gives the ball to Cullen. Cullen about 30 yards out. Tries to play the ball through to Fofana, but Zabarnyi clears the ball. And there is Esteve, who just gives the ball back to James Trafford, who once again is very far out of his goal, midway inside his own half of the field, as Josh Cullen is challenged behind by Lewis Cook, and it's going to be a free kick to Burnley. Russ, I just want your thoughts on this. James Trafford is constantly to be found midway inside his own half. Now, without being disrespectful to James Trafford, he's not Manuel Neuer, is he?
No, he's not, Paul. I'll break off and I'll come back to that point in a second.
Okay, well, here is Assignon. Assignon just allows the ball to roll out of play. It's going to be a throw into Burnley. as Marcus Tavernier just may have kicked the ball away there, but no further action taken by David Coote. As we're back on the halfway line here. And there's James Trafford again, midway inside his own half of the field. And again, Ross, why don't you finish your point there, my friend?
Yes, he's no man well now, but I'm wondering whether this is a tactic from Burnley, because you see Vitinha and Taylor push forward, tracked as wingers along with Assignon and Erdebar. So you're basically playing with a two-man defence rather than a back three, playing with a 2-6-2 Burnley. So maybe he's using Trafford as the third centre-back. So O'Shea and Esteve will split on either side, and Trafford will be the middle of the back three, so to speak. And maybe that's why he's playing that way. Maybe Burnley see a pattern in the Bournemouth attack, knowing they can do that when they've got possession or when they're out of possession, because Bournemouth have not got the best of players to game and exploit that when they're out of possession on the quick turnover, and Vitinha and Taylor are quick enough to get back. Maybe that is what Company has seen in the preparation building up to this Bournemouth game.
And there's Cook. Cook gives the ball there to Kerkez. It's picked up here by Tavernier, in just a good challenge by Assignon, as Assignon's claiming the throwing should be Burnley's. As he protests to the referee, he almost tried to get the ball out of Tavernier's hand.
There should have been a booking there for Assignon, in my opinion, Paul.
Well, Kerkez takes a throw in, and Josh Cullen's been beaten there, and well, that was worrying for Burnley, because Josh Cullen nearly gave the ball away in the penalty area there.
Yes, he did, Paul, and very unlucky not to give the ball away and give Bournemouth cheap possession inside there, which could have hurt Burnley there.
All right, well, it's flicked on by Semenya. Interesting analysis regarding Trafford, Ross. But do you feel with Trafford's poor distribution that this may be a bit of a risk?
Yeah, it could be a risk, especially with his poor distribution from his feet, which I'm surprised why he's actually doing that. But maybe he's seen something in the Bournemouth defence or Bournemouth side to know, even with his poor distribution, that can still work.
Well, Solanke attempting to get away there, but Charlie Taylor Esteve dealing with that well, and he gives the ball to Josh Cullen. And Fofana drops the ball back to Cullen as Burnley crossing the halfway line now is Dara O'Shea. Good ball to Assignon, who tries to find Vitinho, but Vitinho is challenged and the ball is put out of play there by Mepham. And it's going to be a throw-in to Burnley as Vincent Kompany looking on. The throw-in is long, looking for Assignon, but Kerkez deals with Assignon there. And now here's Lewis Cook. Cook gives the ball there to Smith. Smith plays the ball forward. And here's Semenya. He's challenged there by Taylor. And is it going to be a free kick or a throw-in? It looks like Semenya was challenged late there. I certainly don't think Taylor won the ball. But it is a throw-in, in fact. The referee has not given a free kick. Semenya now has the ball for Bournemouth. He's just trying to get away from Jacob Brun-Larsen. Plays the ball in the middle to Ryan Christie. Christie plays the ball forward there, and Clivert plays a wayward pass, and somehow that was just kept in play by Tavernier, and he drops the ball back to Cook. And then it's given to Zabarnyi, and Zabarnyi drops it back there to the goalkeeper, Neto. He's only really had one save to make, despite all the possession that Burnley have had and all the attacking play. Here's Adam Smith down the right-hand side. Plays the ball forward. It's a lane ball, and Charlie Taylor just nips in and passes that ball to Cullen, who drops the ball back to Esteve. And he gives the ball to Sanderberg, and Sanderberg drops it back to James Trafford. As Trafford now just gives the ball across there to Vitinho, and it's to Dara O'Shea rather, and it's back now with Trafford. And here's Sanderberg now for Burnley coming forward. He tries to find Fofana. Fofana doing well to stay on his feet that time. David Datra Fofana, who plays the ball down the right-hand side to the Brazilian Vitinho. And he's got Kirkes in front of him, Vitinho. And he's found Josh Cullen on the edge of the area. Cullen back to Odegaard with a shot, and it just misses the left-hand post. But that was a good bit of football by Burnley. They got the shot away. It wasn't too far away, Ross.
No, brilliant bit of play from Burnley. You can see a brilliant run, and then it looked like he was going to have a shot there, Josh Cullen, but he then realised his angle was shut down, and so Odegaard was in a perfect position to have a shot. But that killing effort just went alongside the post. Decent effort, but I think if he was on target, I think Neto may have had it covered, so it may still not have gone in. Would have been a decent chance for Burnley to get back on level terms just before half time.
Well, you're listening to alternative commentary on the Commentary Hub YouTube channel. Today's Player of the Match sponsor on the Hub is sponsored by Commentary Services, and Commentary Services would like to thank our broadcasting partners for this season, JB Sports and Storm FM. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. Here's Dominic Solanke down the right-hand side, corner of the penalty area. He gives it to Semenyi. Semenyi drop back to Adam Smith. Smith with a cross. It's just headed out there by Asanyan, but he's offside. So don't forget, you can follow us on Twitter at Commentary Live 1, and you can like our Facebook page at facebook.com/The Commentary Hub. And you can see there from the throw-in, from the free kick that was taken quickly, Dominic Solanke was allowed to run in the area, Ross, and they didn't track him, did Burnley again, did they?
No, they didn't track him in that. And Burnley need to watch that, because one of these times, he's going to time his run well there, and he's going to be in behind and start and potentially score for Bournemouth, because Solanke's a really good player.
And here's Brun Larson. Well, he's just not able to get on the end of that, and Semenyi just picks up the loose ball and drops it all the way back to the Bournemouth captain, goalkeeper Neto. Neto clears the ball downfield, trying to find Solanke there, but that's a good piece of work by Dara O'Shea that time. And it's Lewis Cook there just looking to find Marcus Tavernier, but not able to find him, and it's back with James Trafford, and he clears the ball downfield, and it's now picked up by Meppen. Meppen gives the ball back to Kirkes, back to Meppen, and now it's Zabarnyi. Zabarnyi just turning away from Fofana well, and he plays the ball forward looking for Dominic Solanke, the leading scorer. Well, Solanke was facing potentially missing this game through injury, but he seems to be okay and playing today. Dominic Solanke. And here is Asanyan for Burnley down the right-hand side, edge of the penalty area. And Asanyan is just dispossessed now. And the ball is played down this right-hand side to Semenya. Semenya for Bournemouth. The Ghanaian international. He drops the ball back to Zabarnyi. Zabarnyi. And he gives the ball across to Meppen. As Bournemouth now coming forward. Dominic Solanke with 13 goals this season, Ross. He's a real threat to Burnley today. I'll get your point on that in a moment. Here's Odegaard, and he plays the ball down the left-hand side, and it's Jacob Brun Larson in the penalty area. Left-hand side, Brun Larson pulled the ball back here to Fofana. Is Fofana going to be able to get a shot away? It almost breaks loose, and Sanderberg just tries to get in the way of that, but Bournemouth can break, and it's 2-on-3 if they hurry. And it's Christie. He gives the ball to Dominic Solanke, right-hand side, corner of the penalty area. Dominic Solanke. He's just trying to get away from Esteve. And he's got Semenya up there with him. And Solanke is fouled by Esteve. And Russ, that might be a bit of a silly challenge because he wasn't really going anywhere, Solanke.
No, he wasn't going anywhere there, Solanke. And I'm just looking at it, just going to see it again. Esteve says he doesn't touch it. If I just look at this again, he doesn't actually touch him. That's not a free kick. He doesn't touch him. He puts his foot there in between his legs, and then Solanke goes down without being touched. And that's not a free kick for Bournemouth, Paul. That should have been play on there because Esteve never touched him. So if Bournemouth score from here, Burnley can feel aggrieved because that was never a free kick. Anyway.
Standing over this one is Justin Kluivert, but I think Tavernier is also over it, as he's just looking at his options, Marcus Tavernier. And Burnley holding a high line here. 3 men in the wall, Sanderberg, Brun Larson and Charlie Taylor. in there, but it's going to be swung in by Tavernier. Very high line here by Burnley, edge of their own 18-yard box. And Tavernier tries a shot, and it just goes over the crossbar. Worth the effort in your mind, Ross?
Yeah, if I just look at it again, yeah, he's worth an effort because Trafford, he stood towards the middle of his goal and going up and down on our left hand, on our Burnley left hand side, Bournemouth right. That could really have troubled James Trafford. Actually, he stood in the middle, and we're never going to get across there, in my opinion, in the end. And one thing I've noticed with Solanke, he's got 14 goals this season in the Premier League and 8 away goals in the top scores. He's level with Erling Haaland. So if he scores one more today, Solanke, it'll be 1 goal better than Erling Haaland away from home in the Premier League this season. He's already better than Bukayo Saka, Ollie Watkins. Well, not Watkins, because Watkins scored yesterday, but he's better than Bukayo Saka, who plays at Bramall Lane tomorrow for Arsenal against Sheffield United, or you would think he would. So Solanke needs to score twice here to get ahead of Saka to make sure Saka doesn't move level with him tomorrow in the Premier League.
It's now back with James Trafford, and Trafford just gives the ball to Sanderberg, and Sanderberg almost dispossessed there. He does give the ball back to Dara O'Shea, but Sanderberg there, Dara O'Shea was only just able to keep that ball in play. It was a poor ball, but Burnley are breaking forward now with Odegaard. Here's Fofana, and it's going to break loose to Brun Larson, and it's blocked, and that was Burnley's best chance of the first half by a mile. David Datra Fofana gets in there. The goalkeeper, Neto, comes out to meet him and blocks it, but it breaks loose to Brun Larson, and a vital piece of defending by Ilya Zabani, Ross.
Yes, fantastic piece of defensive play there to stop David Datra Fofana going through, and then just as we come to report, there's a challenge happened off the ball here, which involves Semenya and Jakob Brun Larson. Brun Larson goes down off of the field after he's fouled in. He gets chucked to the ground there by Semenya, and that should be a yellow card for Anton Semenya there for Bournemouth. But referee David Coote is not giving anything. He's given a free kick for the foul on Jakob Brun Larson, but he is not given a yellow card for Semenya, which that should have resulted in a yellow. Going back to the chance, brilliant ball through initially towards the final, just couldn't get on end. It's a wonderful ball through, just put a bit too much on that. The goalkeeper there, Neto, come out well, and then Smith blocked stuff well, and then we see that incident which won the Burnley a throw. It looked like it was going to be a free kick. They gave him a throw, and Semenya got booked for the incident, which rightly so from David Coote.
It's now back with Esteve, and back to Trafford, and it's now with Esteve again. Esteve now just looking for options available. He's midway inside his own half. Is Trafford. They just gave the ball back to Trafford, Esteve, and Trafford once again, he's very far out of his goal, and Semenyo indeed was booked for that challenge, and rightly so. He just seemed to throw Brun Larson down. Trafford has the ball now, and he just plays the simple ball to Odegaard, who drops it back to Esteve, and gives the ball to Josh Cullen. Back to Esteve, and Esteve drops the ball back to Trafford again, and Trafford plays the ball long over onto the far side. He's looking for Vitinho, but Kirkes just gets in the way of that as Burnley maintain possession. Here is Sanderberg. He's got a bit of room here, Sanderberg. He's got Vitinho alongside him. He's seems to be playing himself into a bit of trouble there, Berg. He drops the ball to Cullen, and Cullen is fouled. And just how close to the penalty area was that, Ross?
I think that's inside the penalty area for me, Paul. David Coote's getting it outside, but for me, that's inside the penalty area. Some of the Bournemouth players on tapping is the yellow card there for Clivert as well. But for me, that should be a penalty. I think he's inside. Let me just watch this again, Paul. But I think this should have been a penalty, not a free kick.
No, I think that's outside the box.
Yeah, it is outside. But for me, Clivert's lucky, because that should be a red.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ross. That was a stamp. that was almost a stamp. I mean, you might argue that it would have been accidental, which is probably why no further action has been taken other than the yellow card. But that was a pretty ugly challenge, wasn't it?
It was Paul, yes, and I'm surprised he got booked. I'm surprised he's only got a booking here, should I say, not a yellow, and not a red card there, Clive. But probably like you said, Paul, probably looks at maybe thinks it's accidental, which is why it's only a yellow.
Well, it's a free kick here. It's a really good position for Burnley. And just standing over it is Charlie Taylor, but also there is Jacob Brun-Larsen, and Brun-Larsen can strike from, and so can Charlie Taylor. So we just wonder whether Burnley can do something with this. They've also got players in the penalty area there if they want to shoot. There's the wall and a two-man Burnley wall placed in front of them, which looks like it's Vitinho and Josh Cullen. It's taken by Brun-Larsen. Oh, it looks like that hits the bar. Oh, and Brun-Larsen has the ball back, and well, Burnley so close to equalising now. I just wondered if it was the goalkeeper's hand or whether it was a crossbar. We'll just take a look. I thought it was a crossbar.
I think it's a save, Paul.
I do actually, looking at it again, Ross. Yeah.
It's a save, fantastic save, and he actually tipped it onto the bar there, Neto. Superb save.
Yeah, it's a wonderful save. It does hit the crossbar, but after the save by Neto, and that is a vital save right on half-time. And it's cleared away. We're in 6 minutes of stoppage time now at the end of the first half. And it's with Vitinho. Vitinho plays it down the left-hand side to Charlie Taylor as Burnley continue to control possession in this game. Taylor gets crossing. Oh, free header by Vitinho. And Ross, surely that should have been 1-1.
That really should be 1-1, Paul. How has he not scored here? Brilliant work from Charlie Taylor to get the ball in. It's onside Vitinho, and he just heads it over. And maybe if Vitinho leaves it, Paul, the foreigners coming in behind him with a simple chance to score, he should have left that Vitinho.
Well, Vitinho, he knows it. He doesn't look very pleased with himself at all with that one. And I suggest that maybe Vincent Kompany will give him the hairdryer treatment at half-time. As Chris Metham heads that ball.
Too, Paul. The foreign man do that as well.
Ryan Christie plays the ball forward, and it's just headed out by Sanya. And here is Kirkez. Kirkez gets the ball back now, left-hand side. Tries to get the cross in. Vitinho got on the end of that. It's going to be a corner. Russ, 6 minutes of stoppage time, really?
Yeah, I think it's because of some of the injuries when players went down. And I think it's due to that Senesi injury, Paul, when he was down for quite a bit and needing treatment. I think that's probably where the minutes have come from. But other than that, there's not really been much stoppages. So I think that's where they've got the 6 minutes from.
Lewis Cook is going to take the corner now. It's swung into the 6-yard box. It's headed out by Esteve. As far as Tavernier with a shot, but he balloons it wide. And you are listening to Alternative Commentary on the Commentary Hub YouTube channel. Today's Player of the Match sponsor on the Hub is sponsored by Commentary Services. Commentary Services would like to thank our broadcasting partners for this season, JB Sports, Focus on Football, and Storm FM. Don't forget you can follow us on Twitter at Commentary Live 1, and you can like our Facebook page at facebook.com/The Commentary Hub. Today we have a double header. After this game at Turf Moor, we are bringing you the Manchester Derby. Our roles are going to reverse. Ross is going to be in main com, and I'll be on the co-com for that game. So please do stay after this game to listen to the Manchester Derby. Always an interesting one, and we're expecting lots of fireworks in that one. And that's a good challenge by Ryan Christie. And it's picked up by Antoine Semenyi. Semenyi drops the ball back into his own half, and here is Zabarnyi. Zabarnyi just trying to turn away from Wilson Odebar, and he drops it back to the goalkeeper, Neto, who clears it downfield. And Ross, I'm going to get your half-time analysis off you, my friend, at half-time before we go on a break. But here is Vitinho, corner of the penalty area, right-hand side. Vitinho again, but that's a good piece of defending by Kirkez, and he plays the ball out of play. What a good piece of defending there. Just quickly, Ross, comment on that.
Yeah, fantastic piece of defending. Read the situation well and stopped Vitinho from getting the ball across. Just that would have been a glorious chance for Burnley to level with Odebar and Fofana inside the middle.
And Assanyan now is going to attempt a long throw in here. And it's Charlie Taylor tries to flick it on. It's headed out by Mepham. And it drops to Wilson Odegaard in the area. And Odegaard, well, it was just cleared away, but only really as far as Sanderberg. And he heads it down to Vitinho and tries to hook it back into the penalty area, but it's cleared downfield. And Trafford comes out and does a long clearance forward. And Asanyon is onside. Asanyon drops it down to Vitinho. Vitinho's cross is a disappointing one, and it is put behind by Zabarnyi. But as we look at the goal decision thing here, did he keep it out? Was the ball over the line? No, of course not. Well, as you know, 9 3/4 times out of 10, that will be picked up on the referee's smartwatch. If that had gone in, there was that incident a few years ago between Sheffield United and Aston Villa where it wasn't, but usually it's very reliable. Brun Larson gives the ball to Asanyon and to Josh Cullen. And it's back with Odegaard, swings the ball in. And Asanyon was looking for that. It's now back with Vitinho with a shot, and it's blocked. And it's headed down there. And finally, Fofana trying to pick it up in the area. It's very scrappy there. And the ball now finds Charlie Taylor. Oh, that's a good challenge there by Mepham. And he clears the ball downfield, goes out of play as we approach half-time here at Turf Moor. It is Burnley 0, Bournemouth 1. We've got about a minute left of stoppage time at the end of this first half. We'll get Russ's analysis at half-time, and then we'll go on a break for 15 minutes as Burnley win the free kick for the foul by Antoine Semenyo.
He needs to be careful, Semenyo. It's going to be mud, Paul.
Yes, and that was a late challenge, and you can see the Burnley players. Well, he's just shoved him over. He hasn't attempted to win the ball, Ross. Normally, that's a booking.
That's a booking. I reckon, Paul, if he wasn't holding the yellow card, and I know this shouldn't matter, if he wasn't holding the yellow card there, that would have been a yellow card for Semenyo.
Well, you've got to think the next one he's going to be off. But yes, that was a push. There was no attempt to win the ball. That's usually an automatic yellow. But it's a free kick for Burnley, which Jacob Brun Larson will take. It's a high line by
for Burnley. Last chance for half-time, Paul.
Yes, and Brun Larson is going to take this one. It's a high line. They're all inside the D. On the edge of the penalty area. It's swung in by Brun Larson. It's flicked on by Asanyon. And Charlie Taylor goes and collects it down the left-hand side. And is that half-time? Yes, it is. David Coote blows for half-time. Well, the goal on 13 minutes by Justin Kluivert against the run of play has given Bournemouth the one-goal lead. Burnley coming close with the shot there from Vitinho, which forced the save from Neto onto the crossbar. But Burnley go off at half-time. They'll be wondering why they were 1-0 down, despite all the pressure and the possession that they've had. Ross, I'd like you to give us your half-time assessment, please.
Yes, so for me, Paul, Burnley have had all the possession, as we all know, and the better chances for me have come the way of Burnley. They've just not been able to take those chances in that first half. But Bournemouth will probably manager Andre Iraola will probably be happy with the two managers because of our side. Yes, we've been able to keep hold of our lead despite Burnley's pressure, but Vincent Kompany will be happy with how his side responded to going behind him at the start of this game. This is performance from Burnley is what Burnley fans have been craving for and what Vincent Kompany's probably been craving for. For me, Paul, has been a good first half. I expect Burnley to come out. The next goal in this game, Paul, is going to be crucial. If Burnley game's going to be well and truly on, could have a brilliant bit of options moving forward in the second half. If Bournemouth get it, then for me, I think it could be curtains for Burnley, not just in this game, but in the Premier League this season. So the next goal is crucial for Burnley to stay in the Premier League as well as this game, in my opinion.
All right, perfect. Well, we're going to take our break for half-time now, and we'll be back for the start of the second half. Join us then. Welcome back, folks. Players still in the dressing room at half time. And we've just got a couple of comments in the comment section. Comment by James Summersgill. Good evening to JB, Russ, Paul, Luke, and everyone else at the TC Hub up in the Turf Moor gantry. Thank you, James. Hope you're doing well. And hope you're enjoying the commentary and enjoying the game. Joe Smoke says Burnley are so unlucky. Ross, what's your thoughts on that? Do you think Burnley are unlucky? Where do you think they failed to hit the nail on the head in terms of getting the goals? What do you think Burnley need to do to try to turn these chances into goals?
Well, they need to be more clinical in the final third. And I do agree with Joe's comments there. Burnley are so unlucky. They've had the chances in that first half. That free kick towards the end of that first half, fantastic save from Neto to keep him out. But Burnley are so unlucky. They've had the chance of just not being clinical in the final third, which they need to do. And I just want to read a comment which I've just seen on Facebook, from our good friend and colleague JB, John Stuttard. He's been much more positive and energetic. I think Cullen, Taylor, and Larson have been excellent. But yet again, if you don't take your chances and make silly mistakes like O'Shea did on the Bournemouth goal, what do we expect? And I think JB's hit the nail on the head. Those players he's mentioned there, Cullen, Taylor, and Larson, have been excellent in the first half. Well, a mistake like O'Shea made for the goal and when he got his booking early on as well, those two mistakes have probably cost Burnley them being a goal behind. For me, Paul, if he doesn't make that silly book and get that booking early on, I think he makes a better challenge and a better attempt to win the ball off of Justin Kluivert. I think because he's only on that booking, he doesn't want to commit to a bad challenge to force to see Burnley go down to 10 minutes. I think that's probably where O'Shea's head was at that moment in time.
All right. Well, the players are back out on the second half. Looks like we're going to see a substitution by Bournemouth. It looks like Alex Scott is going to make his way on. We have a comment from Media, Radio, Jingles and Gaming. Hello, Russ, Paul and the team. Looking forward to the Manchester derby later on. Yes, that's coming up next after this game. Please feel free to stay and join us for that. The roles are reversed a little bit in that one. I am not doing a double header today as a main com to save my voice. Russ will do the main com on the Manchester derby. I will do the co-commentary on that one. But please stay and join us. It really is going to be an outstanding game as we can see if Manchester United can put a dent in City's title hopes at the Etihad Stadium. So we're just waiting to see who the replacement is for Alex Scott, as we are waiting for the referee here, David Coote, just to get the game back underway. And Burnley will be attacking the cricket field stand in the second half. And that is the goal to our right, as we just waiting to see who the substitute is that is come on. It's Ryan Christie that's actually gone off. So Ryan Christie has gone off for Alex Scott. And what are your thoughts on that substitution, Russ?
For me, Paul, I don't think I'll break off and I'll come back to it in a moment.
Well, Asignon just gets the ball there back off Tavernier, but it's picked up here now by Kirkes, and Kirkes is not able to get the cross in, and he runs it out of play. But go ahead there, Russ. Why don't you finish your point, my friend?
Yeah, I think Christie's not been in the game as much, and maybe with the substitution there for Alex Scott, he can play that bit more deeper if need be, to play alongside Lewis Cook. He can see the deepest and Cook can get forward. Well, Christie's been the one that's been tasked to get forward, create a four-man in behind the striker, and he's not done that. Alex Scott can do that. He's got good athleticism about him to go up and down the pitch, and I think that's what Bournemouth needed in that game, to put more pressure on Burnley, potentially get more goals.
Well, James Trafford has the ball in his hands now, and he just drops it, and he's going to launch the ball. Is he going to launch the ball downfield, or is he going to play it short? He does launch it downfield, right-footed. Looking for Jacob Brun-Larsen now, and cutting across is Antoine Semenyo. It looks like Brun-Larsen may have been in an offside position anyway, and it's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth as Vincent Kompany. Well, Ross, I think after the Crystal Palace game, Burnley fans became a little bit more separated on their feelings on the future of Vincent Kompany. And I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment. But here's Solanke down the right-hand side. He slips and Jacob Brun-Larsen can pick up the ball. And it plays forwards to Fofana. And here is Wilson Odegaard. He just shields the ball away from the number 27, Zabarnyi. And now Burnley play the ball down the left-hand side to Vitinho. Vitinho drops the ball back there to Cullen. The ball now is with Darragh O'Shea. And he finds Sanderberg, who goes all the way back to James Trafford. Your thoughts on the future of Vincent Kompany, Ross?
Well, for me, Paul, if I was the Burnley owner right now, and obviously I'm not, I'll break off a moment.
No, it's a free kick. You can go ahead.
Yeah, free kick to Bournemouth offside against Brun-Larsen there. But as we're going to say, if I was Alan Pace, the Burnley owner, I'd give Kompany after the Palace game. I'd give Kompany this game, and maybe the next two, this one and the next one. And if he doesn't turn it on in those two games, I'd get rid, because by that point, the next two, he'll have got Caretaker can have one game, and then it's an international break for someone else to come in.
Well, the ball breaking loose, and Vitinho has the ball now down the right-hand side, but he's not able to keep the ball in play. It goes behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, so that's what I would have done, Paul. I'd give him the next two, this weekend and next weekend. See how things go. If nothing improves, I'd get rid of Kompany and his backroom staff. Put in a caretaker to guide him through to the last game before the international break, which is on the 16th, 15th, 16th or 17th, not sure, or 18th, not sure when it is. And then international break can come in. The manager can have a look for a manager in time for the next game.
Well, Semenyo just caught in an offside position. We have a comment in the comments section by James Summersgill. He says, do we think that Alan Pace and his Cowboys are running the club like a bunch of parasites? Ross, your thoughts on that? I don't necessarily agree with that. I think Alan Pace is doing what he can under the circumstances. Burnley have spent transfer money in the window like they've never done before. At least not as I can remember as following Burnley for so long that I have in my life. Here is Wilson Odegaard. I'll get your thoughts on that in a minute, Ross. It's back with Josh Cullen. It's blocked. And now Bournemouth trying to break. It's Tavernier. He's got the ball down the left-hand side. The ball is played forward. Good interception there by Asanyan. Ross, do you agree with James on that?
I don't, Paul. I think Pace is doing a good job under the circumstances. He's, like he says, by the manager, the best he could in January and last summer since your promotion back to the Premier League, or Burnley's promotion back to the Premier League, should I say. And I think that Pace is doing all he can to give Burnley the best chance of staying up. I just think some of the players that you've bought, I'm not going to name them, because I'll be for the rest of this game and halfway into my game if I named players. But some of the players that you've signed are not Premier League quality, and I think that's what is let Burnley down this season.
All right, well, it's a throw-in to Bournemouth. It's taken quickly, and here is the number 4, Lewis Cook. Cook drops the ball back there to Mepham. Mepham sends the ball back to the goalkeeper, Nato, and Nato clears the ball downfield as it's headed on that time by Darragh O'Shea. And flicked on, and now finally here comes the number 14. Here he gets into the penalty area, and he's just challenged there by Sanderberg. Alex Scott there getting into the penalty area. And it goes out of play. It's going to be a throw-in for Burnley. And Alex Scott there, the substitute, just getting into the penalty area. It's a good challenge by Sanderberg there, Ross. Just kind of slows Alex Scott down.
Yeah, he does really well there, Sanderberg. Just slows him down and then just gets back across. Just to prevent getting away a penalty and cleaning the ball away. Just really well there.
Well, there's David Coote, our referee. He's a son of former Nottinghamshire cricket player David Coote Sr., just in case you didn't know that. And there is Sanderberg. And throw-in to be taken by Burnley, midway inside their own half of the field. It's taken by Charlie Taylor. And he is challenged there by Semenyo, and he puts the ball out of play to Semenyo. It's going to be a throw-in once again for Charlie Taylor to take. Charlie Taylor he's been a loyal Burnley player. Been a Burnley player right through the Sean Dyche era in the Premier League, where Burnley had done so well and even made Europe one season, which was an incredible achievement. We've had 7 minutes of the second half gone. It's launched forward, and just getting there first is Zabarnyi, but that only finds Sanderberg. Sanderberg gives the ball to Josh Cullen, and Josh Cullen drops the ball back there to Esteve. Esteve gives the ball to Trafford. And Burnley coming forward again now, looking for options available. It's Darragh O'Shea over the halfway line, and he gives the ball to Assanyon. Assanyon pulls himself back to the halfway line and plays it across the width of the pitch to Wilson Odegaard. Here is Sanderberg, just over the halfway line. Gives the ball to Esteve. Esteve down the left-hand side to Charlie Taylor. Burnley trying to get forward in numbers, trying to create chances to get themselves back into this game. It's Sanderberg, and it's dropped back here now to Darragh O'Shea. Darragh O'Shea plays the ball down the right-hand side to Assanyon. Assanyon plays the ball into the middle there to Josh Cullen. Cullen gives the ball to Darragh O'Shea. Darragh O'Shea lifts the ball forward there to Fofana. Fofana drops it to Assanyon. Good dummy there by Vitinho. Vitinho inside the penalty area. Can he get behind net? And he can't. And it was ultimately cleared away by Zabarnyi. But a really good piece of innovative play by Burnley, Ross.
Yeah, good play again from Burnley. He's just like it was in the first half, and like I mentioned, the second half ball. He's just lacking the quality in the final third, Burnley, at the moment. They're getting into good positions, but the ball's in the final third and not coming off for the Clouds at the moment. And that's what's just laying them down at the moment, Paul. They're just laying them down. The final third is not. It's nowhere it's clicking today for Burnley. They just need to work on that. And if they can get that sorted, Burnley would be good enough to stay in the division. It's just been the lack of the final third and in some games the defensive side of things. They've managed to sort out the defensive side of things, minus the O'Shea mistake for the goal. But other than that, they look solid defensively today, Burnley.
Well, the ball goes out of play. A long ball there toward Jacob Brun-Larsen. But it escapes Brun-Larsen, goes out of play. It's going to be a throw-in for Bournemouth. Of course, Burnley are just above the bottom of the table, with Sheffield United propping up the table. Burnley on 19th place by virtue of goal difference. Sheffield United, of course, playing tomorrow at home to Arsenal. You can actually hear that game on Focus on Football. I'll be bringing you coverage of that game, so please feel free to join us for that one on Focus on Football and on the match in focus. Here is Sanderberg. Just wins the ball back and he drops it back into his own half of the field, and it's picked up by Maxim Esteve. And it's now with Berg, and he gives the ball there to Josh Cullen, the captain for Burnley. He's played very, very well today. He was fouled there, surely, by Kluivert, but the referee allows the game to go on. Kluivert, the goal scorer. Here is Vitinho. Vitinho slips, and Bournemouth are now able to get the ball away, and it's Tavernier. Oh, that's a great ball to Solanke. It's now Justin Kluivert. He plays the ball back to Solanke. Can he score here? Oh, a super save by Trafford. Oh, Solanke was one-on-one. 13 goals this season for the Cherries, and a superb save by James Trafford, keeping Burnley in this one. But they were really caught out there, Ross. Ross, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, here's a chance now for Tavernier. Oh, just puts it wide. Oh, Tavernier got inside the penalty area. I was waiting for the net to billow there. But that's the second chance in as many minutes for Bournemouth. And it was a long ball by Justin Kluivert. It was just dropped down by Semenyo. There is no way. That is very poor defending by Burnley, as Tavernier just gets in between Brun-Larsen and Esteve. But what a couple of opportunities for Bournemouth, Ross.
Yeah, is this first one kind of brilliant ball across to Solanke, and I'm thinking Solanke's going to score it, but superb save by James Trafford, and then the ball to the back post to Semenya, fantastic pick out, good knock down, and then a superb save again from Trafford. He's kept Burnley in this game, James Trafford, with those two good saves there.
Well, how important will those saves prove to be if Burnley can get an equaliser and maybe go on to win this game? James Trafford, long ball. It only finds Zabani, just heads the ball forward, and Tavernier now just gets ahead there. And just coming over to deal with this one is Kerkez, rather. He's just not able to get the ball there, but he does get the ball out of play. And it is going to be a throw-in for Burnley. And Vitinho takes it quickly. And he finds Dara O'Shea, drops it back to James Trafford again. Trafford plays the ball across to Esteve. He actually leaves it for Sanderberg. Sanderberg cuts across the width of the field. And he's under pressure here by Solanke. And Sanderberg needs to be careful because Dominic Solanke is very dangerous. And there's Esteve. Drops it back to Josh Cullen, who tries to play the ball forward to Charlie Taylor, but the ball goes out of play. And it's going to be a throw-in, but it must have come off a Bournemouth play because it's a Burnley throw-in. It's taken quickly, and Josh Cullen now has it. It's Sanderberg. And he plays the ball to Dara O'Shea. Dara O'Shea lifts the ball in. It's a poor ball, and it's headed out twice there. Once by Zabani and once by Smith. But Burnley keep possession, and they drop the ball back into their own half, which James Trafford picks up and hands the ball back to Sanderberg. And Sanderberg does well there, gets away from Smith. He gives the ball down the left-hand side, and it's Esteve. Drops the ball back to Berg. Now it's Taylor, corner of the penalty area, left-hand side. It's swung in and headed out by Zabani. And now back with Sanderberg, and Charlie Taylor picks up the ball in the centre circle. Taylor just looking for options available. He's got them left and right. He decides to go down the right-hand side to Asanyan. Asanyan cuts in towards the middle. Good work by the Frenchman. Gives the ball to Odegaard. And now it's Cullen. Josh Cullen down the right-hand side to Vitinho. Vitinho whips across in. Oh, it just gets away. It drops down here for Odegaard. And Odegaard delayed in getting the shot away. And it was ultimately cleared. But, you know, that was a chance, Ross.
Yeah, good chance there for Burnley yet again, Paul. But it's just like I've been saying all afternoon. The final third is nowhere it's clicking, and that's where the chances are breaking down for Burnley.
And here's Odegaard down the left-hand side now for Burnley. And he just drops it back to Charlie Taylor. Corner of the penalty area here. Gives the ball to Fofana. Fofana just trying to break away from Zabani. And Zabani does get the final touch, and it's going to be a corner for Burnley. As I agree with you, Ross. I think Burnley are really struggling when it comes to the final ball into the box. When it comes to just connecting in the final third of the field. And at the moment, I don't see Burnley scoring unless this starts to change. But,
yes, and maybe a substitution could help that, Paul. I don't know, but maybe that's something that could help him change it, potentially. I'm not sure, though.
Well, they do have options on the bench. It was a goal kick, in fact, not a corner. But they do have options on the bench in terms of creative midfielders. They've got Jack Cork. Manuel Benson can act as an attacking midfielder, and Mike Trezor is also available on the bench. What do you think, in your mind, Ross, company should be looking at here?
For me, Paul, I'd look to fetch on Zeki Amdouni, who can cause a few problems in and around the penalty area. Fetch Benson on, because he's been out of the call for quite a bit. Fetch Benson on, potentially fetch Goodmanson on to create more balls into the penalty area and get more width on the balls, and especially from set pieces as well. It's a good set piece taker, in my opinion, as well. So for me, I'd look at fetching Amdouni, Benson, and Goodmanson on first for Burnley, and very soon as well, in my opinion.
Chris Meppen just drops it back to the goalkeeper, Neto, and Zabani plays the ball long now, looking for Antoine Semenyo. But it's won back here, though, by Sanderberg. He's done a really good job in the midfield today, Sanderberg. He's getting over the halfway line. He's looking for options. He plays the ball down the left-hand side toward Taylor. But it's ultimately picked up down that left-hand side by Esteve. He's now back with Josh Cullen. Josh Cullen with a shot. And it's a comfortable save for Nato. But it's worth the effort by Cullen, Ross.
Yeah, decent effort from Cullen. And Neto was always going to be right behind that. But decent effort, nevertheless, Paul. But the goalkeeper was always behind that. And he was never really going to trouble him, in my opinion. So, but good efforts from Burnley. Time to knock on the door now. One of these chances is surely going to go in.
Well, Esteve drops it back to the goalkeeper. James Trafford, under pressure, clears the ball downfield and finds Fofana. It's Fofana fouled that time by Meppen. The referee says yes, and it's going to be a free kick for Burnley. About 15 yards inside their own half of the field, the free kick is taken quickly. Here's Dara O'Shea, and he drops the ball back there to Cullen. Gives it to Sanderberg, and Sanderberg goes all the way back to James Trafford, who then releases the ball to Maxim Esteve. Esteve gives the ball to Sanderberg. Berg just inside his own half of the field. He's got options left and right. It's now with Esteve off Charlie Taylor. Esteve tries to lift the ball over the top, looking for the number 34, Jacob Brun-Larsen, but it's cleared away. And Bournemouth now will try to bring this ball under control and create some attacking play. But it's had a free kick for a foul on Dominic Solanke, and Burnley are readying Zeki Abdouni on the bench. Just as you mentioned, Russ, Zeki Abdouni is now preparing himself to come on. So I just wonder what Burnley are going to do. Are they going to try to go with a front line of three, do you think, Russ?
Potentially, Paul. It could go with a front line of three now with Odegaard, Fofana, and I'm doing it, and potentially take off Brun-Larsen, potentially, for me. I don't know if that's what company will do, but you never know, it could happen.
It's a free kick now to be taken by Marcus Tavernier. And it's a poor free kick. It's dreadful, in fact. And now Burnley can come forward with Sanderberg, and he plays the ball to Vitinho, and Vitinho's on his way down the right-hand side. He's under pressure there, and that is a good challenge by Tavernier, and then cleared out of play by Kerkez, the Hungarian international. And it's going to be a throw-in to Burnley. Milos Kerkez playing that ball out of play. It's going to be a throw into Burnley, level with the Bournemouth penalty area down the right-hand side. And Assignon has done some long throws. He chooses not to this time. Here's Fofana. Drops it back to Assignon again. The cross-in is poor. And it's cleared out of play for a throw-in. Now, Zeki Abdouni now is ready to come on for the Clarets. I'm just wondering if he's going to maybe take off Brun-Larsen or maybe even Fofana. I wouldn't be in the least bit surprised. I would hope it wouldn't be Fofana. I think he's the threat here, Ross, in terms of goal-scoring ability. But here is Sanderberg. And Sanderberg gives the ball to Wilson Odegaard. Just gives the ball now to Dara O'Shea. O'Shea back to Cullen. Cullen has got options in front of him. There's 11 men behind the ball for Bournemouth. And here is Berg. Berg down the left-hand side to Charlie Taylor. Back to Sanderberg. And he gives the ball to Cullen. Cullen just trying to turn away there from Solanke. Good work by Cullen. He now finds Fofana inside the penalty area. And Vitinho down the right-hand side. Gets the cross in. And there's a chance, and Cullen puts it in. But the goal has been disallowed. The goal has been disallowed. And I suspect it's for a foul just prior to that on Zabarnyi. Russ, your thoughts on that one?
Well, I want to look at this as a replay because I'm not sure whether this is a foul or not. I just want to look at this again here, Paul. Ball's played into the back post. He climbs up and wins the header, and he falls from corner and he pushes it in. I am surprised how this score's been decided. For me, there's not a foul here. That's just a league. Where's he supposed to put his hands? He's jumping for the ball. You don't jump with your arms by your side. That should not have been disallowed.
Well, that's a poor decision. I agree with you. Adam Smith is the one that went down. I think he just jumps to the floor there, actually, Ross. I think he goes up. I don't think he sort of puts his hands on his shoulder or he doesn't try to impede him. But I think he goes down very, very easily and has won the free kick there, in my opinion, Ross.
Yeah, Smith has gone down far too easily. And he's done that a few times this season for Bournemouth, winning free kicks like that and opposition that go disallowed. And he's done it far too often. And I'm surprised the referee's fallen for this one. There's a yellow card there as well, Paul.
For Tavernier, yes. And the Burnley players are surrounding the referee. Now, I do hope they're not trying to get Tavernier sent off. I really don't like it when fellow professionals try to get the players sent off. Oh, my goodness me, though, there's that one. Look at this, Ross.
That is a red card. Over the top of the ball, stood showing, straight on Cullen. That should have been a red card for Tavernier.
Oh, he's very lucky to get away with that one, in my opinion. Now, I think the reason why he's got away with it, Ross, is he doesn't make full contact with the player's leg, and I think that's the way he's got away with it. But Vincent Kompany's furious, and well, he might be. The VAR aren't even looking at it.
Yeah, and Paul, I can tell you one other person will be furious with that challenge.
Oh, yes, we'll hear from JB very shortly, I suspect.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear from JB on Facebook after the game regarding that, if he's uploaded on Facebook already.
And it looks like Coutinho might have picked up a booking as well for remonstrating. Now, I don't like players surrounding the referee trying to get their fellow professionals sent off. I don't like that at all, Russ, but that really was a dangerous challenge.
It was a dangerous challenge, and yes, you're right, he has been shown a yellow card there, Coutinho. Yes, it was a dangerous challenge, and he should have been sent off, as we see Amdouni on now, Paul. And you was right, it was Brun Larson who's gone off.
Yeah, I figured it might be. Jacob Brun Larson then goes off, and Zeki Amdouni, Switzerland's leading goal scorer, is on. And he's going to try and make a difference and get Burnley back into this game. But Burnley haven't had the rub of the green of the refereeing decisions today, that's for sure. I certainly feel that goal by Colin should have stood. And, well, I hate to say it because I hate to see players getting sent off. But Tavernier really needed to go for that, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree, Paul. That should have been a red card for Tavernier.
And it's James Trafford clears the ball downfield now. And it just breaks loose to Coutinho off Kirkes. But now here's Brun Larson, gives the ball to Amdouni, and Amdouni goes down under the challenge, and the referee does give a free kick. Much to the complaints of Chris Mepham, but it's not going to matter. It's a foul. And the foul is actually, yeah, and the foul is by
Paul around I heard some ironic cheers from the Burnley supporters for that free kick being given by David.
Well, it's hardly surprising. It's hardly surprising, Ross. Really, is hardly surprising. I think Burnley have been given the rough end of the. How can I put this? There's words I would use to describe it, but I can't because we're a family show. Let's just say that they've received the wrong end of the stick, and the cross comes in, and it's headed up into the air. David Fofana clears it down. Semenyo clears it. And it's Cullen. Cullen just drops the ball over there to Charlie Taylor. Taylor down the left-hand side just lifts the ball in, and there is Odebar trying to get the cross in, but that's a good piece of defending by Ilya Zabanyi, and it's going to be a corner to the Clarets. And Wilson Odebar going over there with Zeki Amdouni. I wonder if they're just going to play a short one, and indeed they do. Here's Odebar, and it's dropped to Amdouni. And Amdouni plays the ball into Odebar, and he goes down to Odebar. Burnley appealing. We'll have to look at that again. But the ball is played forward to Tavernier. Tavernier in a foot race with Coutinho, and Coutinho wins it comfortably. Well, Coutinho, I think, has improved as the season has gone on for Burnley when he's played. I actually think, Ross, I suppose there's a school of thought on this. I think Coutinho is far better as playing in a midfield role, a right midfield role. I'll get your thoughts on this in a moment. Here's Fofana, and that's a good challenge by Mepham, and down goes NATO to smother that ball. But I think there's a school of thought that Coutinho is better in a winger position than a right back, and that is a penalty, Paul, in my mind.
And that should have been a penalty for Burnley. You see the ball played across from Amdouni. Odegaard's about to take a shot, and Scott comes and takes his standing foot as the ball's come across his foot. That should have been a penalty for Burnley, and David Coote is going to get pelted on Facebook by our good friend JB after the match.
Yeah,
I can tell
well,
you now, guys.
I'll be honest with you. I think maybe they're looking at it now, actually. The referee's just stopped play, but Bournemouth are going to actually make a substitute. The goal scorer, Justin Cliver, is going off. As we just take a look at his goal again, nicely finished.
Well taken goal. Only goal of the game so far, Paul, which I've been surprised at. We've been having the chances to potentially score in this game, and Bournemouth had some chances to double their lead as well.
Yeah, and like for like, it is the Danish player Philip Billing that is coming on for the Cherries, as he's wearing number 29. And just nipping in there with the passes, Milos Kirkes. Kirkes gets down the left-hand side now. Kirkes crosses the ball and it goes over everybody's head and goes to the right-hand side to Semenya. Semenya will try to cross this one in. And it goes again over everybody's head, but just goes wide of Trafford's goal. Just for a moment, it went through that corridor of uncertainty, Russ, for a goalkeeper.
Yes, and the keeper didn't know whether to come or not, and the defenders didn't know whether to react or not, because if the keeper come and misses it, there's a chance for the Bournemouth player to tap home. If the defenders come and miss it or miskick it, it's going to be an own goal and Burnley 2-0 down. So I think both of them did the right thing. Both Burnley defenders and the goalkeeper did the right thing and leaving it, Paul.
Well, it's cleared downfield. We've got about 16 minutes left. And here now is Dominic Solanke, but he is in an offside position. Russ, you'll have to pick the player of the match, which we'll talk about in about 15 minutes' time. But you're listening to Alternative Commentary on the Commentary Hub YouTube channel. Today's player of the match sponsor on the Hub is sponsored by Commentary Services, and Commentary Services would like to thank our broadcasting partners. And just a moment, here comes Asanyan, plays the cross in, but it's a poor one and goes out of play. Commentary Services would like to thank our broadcasting partners for this season, JB Sports, Focus on Football on Storm FM. Don't forget you can follow us on Twitter at Commentary Live 1, and you can like our Facebook page at facebook.com/The Commentary Hub. At the end of this game, as we see Manuel Benson preparing to come on at the moment for Burnley, which I think is one you suggested, Russ.
I did. I said he could be one who could potentially come on and change things for the Clarets. And two of the subs I mentioned, Paul, Amdouni and Benson, two of the people I mentioned, are set to come on for Burnley. So I must have been listening.
And Semenya just pulls it wide. Oh, that was a good opportunity for Bournemouth. Got inside the penalty area. Should have been 2-0, yes. What a chance that was for Semenya. And again, Burnley's defence fell asleep.
But I think, Paul, had it gone in, it would have been disallowed. And the reason behind that, Solanke, as our ball's got played through to him from Semenya, was just in an offside position. And what we'll say is just a bit of team news for the later game that we've got coming up for you guys. Josko Gvardiol is back on the bench for Manchester City, who have Foden, Doku and Haaland in attack. That's in the blue half of Manchester. In the red half, Kobe Mainoo back into the starting lineup. Also starts for Casemiro and Garnacho in that one. Full team news and the match coming up from around about 3:25 this afternoon.
Well, it's picked up in the air there by Coutinho, and Chris Meckham just trying to get across here and make the challenge. It's good work by him. He plays the ball long to Semenyo as Bournemouth now on the counter attack. Corner of the penalty area, right hand side. Semenyo, is he going to get a shot away? Oh, that was so close again. Semenyo, twice within as many minutes, just beat Trafford, but is not able to beat the post on Trafford's right hand side. And Ross Semenyo just really causing havoc for Burnley's defence right now.
Yes, he's causing problems for Charlie Taylor. At the moment, Paul, he seems to have got Charlie Taylor on toast, and he's causing him problems and causing Burnley problems down the left-hand side. And we see Vitinho go off for Benson, which I'm surprised with Vitinho going off. But that was a glorious opportunity again for Semenyo, and he really should have made it 2-0.
I can't say I'm surprised myself, Ross. I mean, I know Vitinho's played very, very well. He's been one of Burnley's better players. But I mean, Burnley are 1-0 down with 14 minutes to go. I think the time now is right to bring on that extra attacking player.
No, what I'm surprised at, Paul, is the player going off. I'd have probably took off Asignon, who's played in the midfield rather than Vitinha. That's more I'm
Well,
surprised how the player who's gone off rather than the change itself.
it will bring on an extra impetus in the attack. With Asignon already in midfield, so perhaps the idea is for Burnley to play 5 men in the midfield. Seeing as though chance creation has been a bit of an issue in this game, I can kind of understand Vincent Kompany's logic there. Here is Dara O'Shea, gives the ball to Manuel Benson. He's not really had hardly any time this season as Manuel Benson. And I think a lot of the Burnley fans have not been particularly pleased with that. Because I feel Manuel Benson hasn't given a fair shake, Ross. So I'll get your comments on that in just a moment. Here's Chris Mepham. He's tackled by Asignon as the two shake hands, and it's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth. Ross, do you feel Coutinho? Do you feel he's not really received a fair call?
Yes, I do, and I think I'm being surprised that he's not been given as much of an opportunity than he has this season for Burnley, especially how well he performed last season and what sort of performance he can put in. So I'm very, very surprised of that.
Right. Well, he's got the opportunity now, a little bit of time to see what he can do. It's not a lot of time, but sometimes Manuel Benson, as we saw in the Championship last season, doesn't need a lot of time. And it's headed on by Semenyo. It's forward to Dominic Solanke down that right-hand side. Solanke battling with Charlie Taylor. It breaks loose and Tavernier goes down under pressure. But now Burnley breaking forward. And it's Wilson Odegaard. That's a good challenge, but a free kick has been given. I'm really surprised at that. I didn't think that was a free kick at all. But the free kick has been given against Lewis Cook. And it's going to be a free kick to the Clarets.
Yeah, Paul, for me, I think the reason why he's given that free kick, Paul, is because of a pull on the shirt. I think that's why. That's the only reason he gave it, in my opinion.
Well, the free kick has been taken quickly, and James Trafford has now got the ball, and he gives the ball there to Dara O'Shea, and O'Shea drops the ball back to Trafford as we tick down time. As Dara O'Shea clears the ball forward, it goes out of play. And it's going to be a throw-in as Bournemouth continue to hold the 1-goal lead at Turf Moor with the goal on 13 minutes by Justin Cliver. But Burnley can consider themselves very unlucky in terms of refereeing decisions. Possibly Bournemouth should have been down to 10 men and Burnley maybe should have had a penalty. But as the game goes on, we'll see if Burnley can get back into this now. So throw-in is taken quickly, and here's Mepham fighting away here. But he's been dispossessed by Zeki Amdouni, who plays it off Tavernier, goes out of play for a throw-in to Burnley. And it's going to be taken by Asignon, about 6 yards inside the Bournemouth half of the field, down the right-hand side, as that looks like, is that David Moyes there? That's
yes, it was David Moyes, the West Ham boss.
Yeah,
I think he's leaving here, Paul, and I think he may be heading across to Old Trafford to the Etihad for the 3:30 game that we've got coming up.
Could be. Here's Manuel Benson. It's a corner to Burnley. And Benson takes it short and drops it to Odegaard. It's back with Benson now. Benson is always so dangerous. And he crosses the ball in towards the back post. And the head is on and over the crossbar by Dara O'Shea. But what I haven't seen from Benson, and I'd really like to see it, is the way he cuts inside and gets the shot on goal. We saw that so many times in the Championship last season. And of course, I suppose you're still having nightmares about it from when he did it against Rotherham. But it's still, nevertheless, I haven't seen that from him this season.
Yeah, we've never really seen him do that this season. And I've been surprised with that, Paul. I'm surprised he's not taking those sort of chances this season, which I'm very, very surprised at.
Well, the ball is cleared by James Trafford, and Charlie Taylor just heads the ball onto Amdouni. The ball is brought down under control there by Billing. And ball is played into the penalty area to Dominic Solanke as Dominic Solanke clashes with O'Shea. And O'Shea, it looks like he's picked up a knock there. He's on his feet now. And it looks like it's going to be a corner to Bournemouth. Let's just take a look here. Yes, it's good work by O'Shea. He just gets ahead of Solanke, and it's going to be a corner. As time ticking down at Turf Moor, we have 8 minutes left. It is Burnley 0, Bournemouth 1. Don't forget to stay on for the Manchester derby, Manchester City v Manchester United. Russ will be the commentator on that one. I will be co-com. Corner is swung in and headed out by Zeki Amdouni. As well, that was a poor ball by Philip Billing, and he puts the ball out of play, and it's going to be a throw-in for Burnley. Down the left-hand side, midway inside their own half of the field. And it's taken by Charlie Taylor, who drops it back to Maxim Esteve. Esteve drops the ball back to James Trafford, who clears the ball downfield. And Chris Meppen heads the ball back into the Burnley half of the field. Really, as far as Vincent Kompany is concerned and the way Burnley have played today, I just wonder if it's, despite the result, it is mission accomplished for Vincent Kompany in terms of Burnley playing a lot better. Here's Tavernier now, gets into the penalty area. Tavernier, the ball is played across, but it only finds Lawrence Assagnon, and Burnley now can come forward. Assagnon, he just turns away there from Billing and gives the ball there to the number 24, Josh Cullen, but it's dispossessed, and now Burnley can come forward. Bournemouth can come forward, and it goes out of play, or there's a foul, I should say, and it's going to be a free kick. The referee might have played an advantage there, Russ.
Yes, he should have. I think he should have played advantage there. But Adam Smith has been booked, and it's a bad challenge on Charlie Taylor. But from this angle, it wasn't a bad challenge. From this angle, he gets the ball first. So for me, that should not have been a free kick.
Well, we've questioned a lot of David Coote's decisions today, it has to be said. You see, here's the thing. If that's a yellow card, surely the other one earlier on is a red card. Because that wasn't nearly as bad, was it?
No. And this is where people moan about consistency. If he'd not booked him there, we probably would have been having this conversation now, Paul, about the earlier one. So for me,
corner to Burnley, and Wilson Odegaard just drops the ball back there to, that is Manuel Benson. It's crossed in and headed just behind, and Charlie Taylor just getting the header on that, but he's not able to divert it towards goal. Wilson Odegaard gets the cross in, and Taylor, or does it come off Esteve? It looks like it comes off Esteve and goes behind.
Yeah, it comes off Esteve there, Paul, and unlucky there not to score. Take the chance there, Burnley.
And it's looks like Bournemouth are readying a couple of substitutes themselves as we tick into 5 minutes to go.
It looks as though one of them, Paul, is former Leeds United man Luis Sinisterra.
Well, that was always going to come eventually. And there's a challenge there, and Burnley can now come forward. And here's Manuel Benson. Benson just cutting inside away from Tavernier. Benson, he was looking for the pass there for Assagnon, but it goes out of play. Not the best pass from Manuel Benson, as Vincent Kompany now looking on. And a throw-in is going to be taken by Kirkaz as we tick into the last 4 minutes. And Russ, you should be ready to name your player of the match in about 2 or 3 minutes' time here.
I'm still thinking of the moment, Paul, so we may have to delay to the moment because there's been some good players out there today, so you may just have to hold fire from coming through for that to the moment.
Here's Charlie Taylor, swings the ball into the box, and up goes NATO and plucks it out of the air fairly simply. And well, NATO has not had a great deal to do. He's made one very good serve in the first half, of course. But aside from that, it's been routine work for the Bournemouth captain as he clears the ball downfield. And the head is on. It's a comfortable header there by Sanderberg. And here's Dara O'Shea now And O'Shea plays the ball there to... the ball is played forward to Benson again. Now Benson's got Assignon. Assignon, corner of the penalty area, right-hand side. Assignon just back heels it back to Benson. Can Benson get the cross in? Benson cuts back, drops it back to Assignon. Back to Benson. As Bournemouth now defending at the moment with 11 men behind the ball. Here's Dara O'Shea. O'Shea back to Cullen. And then back to James Trafford. And James Trafford really far out again of his goal, and he plays the ball long here. It's only finds Zabanyi, and the ball is played for Antoine Semenyo, trying to win that ball back. And it is now played to Antoine Semenyo, and it's 3-on-4. If Bournemouth can hurry, here's Semenyo, corner of the penalty area, left-hand side. Semenyo with a shot, it's 2-0. And Bournemouth celebrate the second goal from Antoine Semenyo with 3 minutes to go, and that is job done for the Cherries as they are looking now at their first victory since Boxing Day, and the Burnley players' heads go down. 88 minutes, Antoine Semenyo makes it 2-0, and Ross, that was a nice finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, superb finishing. Some of the chances early on from Antoine Semenyo, he was looking to do that. And this is good breakaway play. Wins the ball back. There's a good bit of play from Billing to win the ball back. And then he just put on a play for Semenyo, and he just races down. He's got no one in support. He's got Semenyo on the back post. He's got Solanke in the middle. He says, I don't need either of you two. I can just go to near and watch what I'm going to do now. I'm going to bend it in this top corner. He takes a deflection off Charlie Taylor, actually. Otherwise, I think Trafford would have saved this. If you watch here again, Paul, it takes a wicked deflection off the back of Charlie Taylor, which we wrong foots Semenyo there, and Burnley are now 2-0 behind, and that second goal is undeserved.
Well, you say it's undeserved, Ross. I disagree. I think if you don't take your chances, you don't deserve to win. As double substitution for Bournemouth now, Dominic Solanke has come off, and so has Kirkes. Coming on is Unal and Ouattara. And that is the double change for the Cherries. And Jay Rodriguez is coming on for Burnley. And so is Johan Berg Gudmundsson. It seems a pointless change at this stage. I'm just trying to see who's gone off. Dara O'Shea and Josh Cullen.
And I'm surprised Cullen's gone off, folks. Cullen's done well today for Burnley for me.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Again, though, we're approaching stoppage time. It seems a very pointless substitution at this point. And I think Burnley fans has often mentioned this. It seems to be a Vincent Kompany trait. Here's Johan Berg Gudmundsson, gets the cross in. Nato comes out with a punch, and it's cleared away. As we are approaching the 90-minute mark, there's going to be 6 minutes of stoppage time in this in the end of this game. And it's a free kick to the Clarets, is it? No, it's actually a free kick to Bournemouth. And JB's already started his posting rant on Facebook. And
I'm looking forward to reading this after the full-time whistle.
Yeah, it's nice and short, but to the point, I think, in typical JB fashion.
I'm looking forward to seeing this. I've actually just seen it, and I'm not gonna read it out on here. But I suppose 25 minutes ago, if we're why Kompany, why I'm not, that's in relation to a substitution. And I'm just seeing what they just put now, which I'm just laughing at, to be fair.
Well, I can't disagree with his first post. I almost agree with that, but I think it's just been poor officiating in the long run.
Yes.
And Nato has cleared the ball downfield. And at the next stoppage, Ross, I'll get your player of the match. Here's Johan Berg Gudmundsson. Drops the ball back, and Odegaard is dispossessed now as Bournemouth run forward again. Oh, that's a clattering challenge, but the referee says play on. And here's the number 11 for Bournemouth, which is Philip Billing. It just goes out of play, or stoppage and play, I should say, for a foul on on Benson. And it's a free kick for Burnley. And why don't you give us your player of the match, Ross?
Yes, and I'm going to probably shock a few people, Paul, because normally you don't give players a match to a player on the losing side. But today, my player of the match goes to Burnley's number one, James Trafford. He has produced some fantastic saves, kept Burnley in this game for large parts, wasn't involved in any of the 2 goals which was conceded. So for me, James Trafford is a player of the match today, sponsored by Commentary Services.
And here's Trafford now, and he clears the ball out of play, and it's going to be a throw-in. And it looks like another defeat for Burnley. And of course, should Sheffield United, and I can't see how, because it really is a Herculean task for them tomorrow, but should Sheffield United get anything out of the game tomorrow, then they'll move themselves off the bottom, and Burnley will hit the bottom on Monday evening. As just trying to fight and win that ball there is Unal. And the ball goes back to the goalkeeper, James Trafford. And Trafford clears it downfield, and it's Johan Berg Gudmundsson. He slips the ball down to forward, flicked on there by Fofana off Odegaard. But now Bournemouth can break forward, and it's a really good ball. Just looking for Unatara there, but not able to find him. And as we are inside the last 2 minutes of this game, in terms of stoppage time, right after this game, we have the Manchester Derby. We'll take a short break, but then we'll be back for the Manchester Derby. Please join us for that one. Ross is in the commentary chair for that one. I will be doing co-com analyses on that game. For our second game in this Sublime Sunday.
I'm looking forward to the Manchester Derby. It should be a good game, that one.
Well, it should be. Given United's recent form, though, you begin to wonder, don't you? They didn't play particularly well against Nottingham Forest either in the Cup. And here is Manuel Benson. Benson just trying to get away from Unatara. Benson cuts into the middle of the park, and he plays the ball across to Johan Berg Gudmundsson. Launches into the penalty area for Fofana with a header, but it's right at NATO, who has had a rather comfortable afternoon today, despite all the pressure and possession that Burnley have had. They've huffed and they've puffed, but they cannot blow the Bournemouth house down. So the Cherries will go back to the South Coast tonight with 3 points in the bag as NATO clears it downfield. And just heads go up in the air, and there is Semenye just chasing that one. And it's dropped back to Charlie Taylor. Taylor just trying to turn away from Semenye, finds Odegaard, back to Taylor, and Taylor plays it off Antoine Semenye, and it's going to be a throw-in. 75% possession, 18 attempts from Burnley, but they have been blanked, and the goalkeeper has only ever had to make one serious save. It's very indicative of Burnley's season, really, isn't it, Ross?
It is, Paul, yes, and the final ball today for Burnley has not been there, and that's what's let them down, Paul. And if the final ball had been there, Burnley would have probably won this game. They have been, for me, for large parts of this game, the better side.
Here's Manuel Benson. He tries to get the shot away, and it just goes wide. He's claiming a deflection, but he's not getting any sympathy from David Coote there, who's not very popular at the moment amongst the Burnley fans. And probably not with Vincent Kompany either. And do you think after this game, Russ, that maybe Alan Pace will be considering the future of Vincent Kompany?
I'm not sure if he'd be considered after this game. Like I said earlier, I think if they lose the next game after this, then I think, which is next Sunday against West Ham United, which is why David Moyes was there today, and I think he might do after that one.
Well, it's full time, and Burnley suffer another home defeat, this time at the hands of Bournemouth. And a goal with 2 minutes from time by Antoine Semenye adding a second from Justin Clivert's goal on 13 minutes. And Russ, why don't you give us your half-time assessment? Oh, your full-time assessment, rather. I'm sorry.
Yes, no, it's Paul. And for me, I think Burnley puffed. Well, they're just going to break down the Bournemouth door. But Bournemouth, superb in the second half for large parts as well. They did what they had to do. They defended well and then got the goal on the counter attack, which come against winner play, in my opinion. I know you say it wasn't. Well, the second goal came and it was a well taken goal from Semenya, which made it 2-0 to Bournemouth. And for me, I think a fantastic bit of play from Bournemouth as well. And what I will say, Paul, is it's been a fantastic day of the office for Bournemouth, a bad day of the office for Vincent Company and Burnley. Can they bounce back against West Ham next week, the Clarets? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, just to be clear, I do believe it was against the run of play. I just don't believe that Burnley deserved to win because they didn't take their chances. But with that in mind, we're going to take a short break. Kick-off at the Etihad Stadium is in about 23 minutes' time. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and then we will begin the build-up to the Manchester derby. So please join us for that in about 15 minutes. See you then.
Good afternoon. We are bringing you commentary of the Premier League of Manchester City versus Manchester United today from the Premier League. I'm your alternative commentator, Russ Fennan, and alongside me is Paul James. And you are listening to the commentary up. We're going to go look at the two teams in just a second. But first of all, this is the 192nd Manchester Derby in all major competitions. The first league meeting was 130 years ago. And we'll tell you all about that one. And we'll tell you who won the very first meeting between the two sides back in November 1894, which was Manchester City versus Newton Heath, which was a 5-2 victory for Newton Heath, or Manchester United as we call them, and then won the reverse mixture 4-1. That was back in League Division 2. The first Manchester derby is Manchester United versus Manchester City, was 1902, which ended in a 1-all draw at Old Trafford before Manchester United won 2-0 in the reverse fixture in 1903. City's first victory over Manchester United as Newton Heath was back in 7th of December 1895. Well, the first victory over their rivals as Manchester United didn't come until 1906 when they won 3-0 at home on that occasion. The last meeting between the two sides in the Premier League saw Manchester City run out 3-0 winners earlier this season. An early Ireland brace, including one from the penalty spot, was added to by Phil Foden. It was the first home game for Manchester United since the passing of their icon, Sir Bobby Charlton, and that was the first attempt that Manchester United failed in their attempt to win consecutive home games in the Premier League against Man City for the first time since February 2011. Last time Manchester City did the double over their bitter rivals in the Premier League was back in the 2021-2022 season when they won 2-0 at Old Trafford and then won 4-1 at the Etihad Stadium. Last time before it was at the Etihad was back in October of 2022 when Manchester City went out 6-3 winners over Manchester United on that occasion. Phil Foden, Erling Haaland both got hat-tricks that occasion. Anthony Martial was on target for Eric Ten Hag's Manchester United side. And there's a few survivors from each of those teams who play again this afternoon, and we'll go through the teams very shortly. Alongside me for this game, none other than my good friend Paul James, and this is going to be a big game for both sides as we are gearing up for the match between Manchester City and Manchester United in the game at the Etihad Stadium this afternoon. The 192nd derby between the two sides, Manchester Derby, is the first one, which was 130 years ago. What are you looking forward to the most in this game today?
Well, these days now, although Manchester United still has a better record, and you can go back even further to 1891 for an FA Cup match in a first qualifying round where Manchester United beat Ardwick 5-1. Interestingly enough, in that same year, the penalty spot kick rule in association football is conceived, but it actually didn't come into effect until the following season. But for Manchester United today, they've got a massive challenge in front of them. What I would say is Alejandro Garnacho is very, very quick and could cause some problems. Marcus Rashford is struggling right now. Boy, are they missing Rasmus Højlund right now. They really could have done with him for this game because just before he got injured, he hit brilliant form, and he is now out until the end of the month. And of course, Erling Haaland is coming off a massive FA Cup game where he got 5 goals. So Bruno Fernandes is also set to make his 150th appearance today. So it's an interesting day. This is a derby. Anything can happen. I never want to predict a derby, but Manchester City have hit form at just the right time, and they've already beaten Manchester United at Old Trafford this season. I think Manchester United have got a big mountain to climb here.
Yes, I think they do as well, Paul. And as you mentioned, Rasmus Højlund, a big miss for Manchester United. He's not even on the suspension today. He's out injured. What I will be able to inform you about is in the Manchester United camp, Marcus Rashford is starting for them in place of Rasmus Højlund through the middle today. With Rashford starting, Paul, do you think he can fill the void left by Rasmus Højlund, or do you see that happening?
I don't see it happening. And I don't want to underestimate a player like Rashford because he is so incredibly talented. But at the same time, I don't see it happening. He's been off form. He's low on confidence. He's not got a lot of goals this season. And just looking at Manchester United, some of the stats for their players, and Rashford, he's only got 5 goals this season. It's not acceptable for him. I think you're on mute, Ross.
And we'll just go through the teams quickly as we're about to get underway in this game between Manchester City. As we're underway in this game, 10 seconds gone as Ake picks up the ball. We'll run you through the teams in just a second for this game as we get ready. As we're underway already in this match as Manchester City have possession. The teams will be on the screen right now for you to have a look at, and we'll go through those in full for you in just a moment or so. As Man City coming forward with Bernardo Silva, gets the ball out wide to Jeremy Doku. Doku is had a penalty area, left hand side, moves the ball back and again there. He can't, he's behind for a corner kick though to Manchester City. Good start by the citizens as we'll quickly run you through the teams as you can see them on the screen there right now. For Man City is Edison in goal, Kyle Walker the captain, Ruben Diaz and Nathan Ake the back three. John Stones and Rodri in front of the back four. In front of the back three, should I say, then it's Phil Foden, Kevin De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva and Jeremy Doku behind Erling Haaland. As City with De Bruyne teased up to the edge of the penalty area. Shot from Phil Foden goes deflecting wide for another corner. Good start from City in the opening 2 minutes. On the bench for City then it's Ortega, Gvardiol, Akanji, Lewis, Kovacic, Gomez, Nunes, Bob and Alvarez. Manchester United will bring their team next time we get a stoppage in place. We'll just see this effort again from Phil Foden and a good header behind by Diogo Dalot to get another corner 90 seconds into this game. It's De Bruyne this time. There's a corner into the penalty area, deflects away, and he breaks for Bernardo Silva, who has to go back to Kyle Walker. So we'll just move for the Manchester United team. Is Andre Onana in goal, Victor Lindelof, Johnny Evans, Rafael Varane and Diego Dalot the back four. Scott McTominay and Casemiro along with Kobe Mainoo in midfield. And Andrew Garnacho and Bruno Fernandes just playing just off the lone striker of Marcus Rashford. I'll give you the subs bench. Manchester United shortly. Ake, which is possession for Manchester City. We'll bring in Paul on the opening 2 minutes shortly too. Paul is out wide here. And a good bit of play here for Manchester City's. Foden drops the ball back. Now here's Stones. Good work from John Stones. He's going from Rodri. Back to Phil Foden again. And he finds Rodri once more. Goes into centre circle, Nathan Ake, and we'll bring you the bench. Manchester United in just a second after this Man City attack breaks down. Here's Doku into Kevin De Bruyne, who'll cross it towards Orwell inside the penalty, headed away there. Well, at the back post by Lindelof. Good defensive play. And City on the front foot still. It's Bernardo Silva up against Diego Dalot. He gets it into Bernardo Silva. Good ball into John Stones inside the penalty. Stones goes down, looking for a penalty. Referee says no, he waves to Adman says no, it breaks now for City with Bernardo Silva. He's on Rodri. Crossing towards the back post. And Doku. Jeremy Doku back he goes now to Stones. Ake. Doku once more. Good player. Jeremy Doku drops the ball back. To Bernardo Silva. Good start in the opening 3 minutes. Silva with a crossing. And Haaland heads it just wide. In there, but fast start there. We'll quickly bring you the bench while fetching Paul James. It's Bainda, Kambala, Gunai, Amrabat, Ericsson, Forson, Collier, Diallo, and Anthony on the bench for Manchester United. I'll give you the officials chocolate with ball. Penalty or not for you? From that,
No penalty for me. No penalty for me. It looks like Casemiro kicks the back of sorry, it looks like Stones kicks the back of Casemiro's leg and he goes down that way. No penalty for me.
Yes, and good start to the game though from Manchester City. The referee is Andy Madley as Eric Ten Hag celebrates his 100th game as Manchester United manager today. Assistants are Ian Hussein and Nick Upton. For officials down in England, Stuart Howell's on VAR with Lee Betts. The assistant in the VAR room is Lindelof. Does well to clear this ball away as he will look to come forward. For Manchester United, Fernandes is closing down Ederson. Ederson gets away with that and finds Rodri to find Ruben Dias. Down the line it goes into the path of Kyle Walker, who's pushed on. Rodri. Back he goes now to Ruben Dias. Rodri again. Into John Stones, who steps away from Fernandes. Out wide for Phil Foden to attack. Down the right side, it goes to the infield. Good run from from Phil Foden. Across to Jeremy Doku. Doku's had a penalty to the left hand side. Crossed in and pushed over, is it? And it goes behind. A good start for Manchester City in the opening 5 minutes, Paul, and this has been a good start for the citizens.
Yeah, there's so many players that can hurt you. Doku, De Bruyne, Foden, Haaland. They've set out their stall very attacking in this first half.
Yes, and City will be looking to cause Manchester United problems throughout this game, as will United looking to do on City's. Doku can't win the possessions, but also initially won the ball back for City. Here's the ball over the top for Garnacho to chase for the Manchester United in the red shirts, black shorts, black socks. Garnacho pushes the ball across for Rashford inside there, but Ederson intercepts it. City go away with it. They're in the sky blue shirts, white shorts and sky blue socks. Here is Rodri now. Displays it out wide to this right hand side for De Bruyne. He's got Foden out wide of him, looking to touch on him. Finds Foden. Foden goes inside as De Bruyne goes on the overlap. As he goes back to Walker instead though. Walker drops it back here to Dias. Now Rodri. All the City players, outfield players this is, inside Manchester United half. Here's Ake. Now it goes to Dias. Ake once more. In the centre circle for Dias, just inside the City half. With Walker down the line to Foden. Chips in further down the line for De Bruyne. And coming De Bruyne up against Johnny Evans, who does well here. And Johnny Evans ties up well to Casemiro. How wide it goes to Lindelof, who can get this ball away. Cobameno back there helping out too. But City have got the ball back. It's Diaz inside the centre circle. Midway inside United half now as City come forward. Here's Walker. Good ball into Erling Haaland. Haaland as well. How wide it goes into Phil Foden. Foden attacks down the right hand side. Can he get across into the penalty area? He can't. He drops the ball back to De Bruyne. Here is Foden once more. Good work from Foden. How wide for De Bruyne. Chips in. Evans heads it up in the air. Varane comes. Onana comes and claims it. But City have started well here, Paul. And only Manchester United in the moment's piece at the back.
Yeah, they've done very, very well at Manchester City. Started very strongly, creating chances.
Yes, they are creating chances as Onana can clear this ball away. And his offside flag going up against Bruno Fernandes here. He won't as he brings it down under his spell. Fernandes edge of the penalty area. Sees a Rashford with a strike. And Marcus Rashford has scored. Oh my word, what a goal. What a goal from Rashford. And Manchester United strike first after 8 minutes. And it's Marcus Rashford with a stunning strike to give the Reds, to give the Red off of Manchester the lead. It's Man City 0, Manchester United 1, Rashford with the goal.
My goodness me, what a strike. My goodness me. And that is just what Rashford needs this season. It's his 6th goal. But what a wonderful strike that was. And I don't know if you're watching this while you're listening, but wherever you get your highlights from, please watch that tonight. What a wonderful strike it was by Rashford.
Yes, and Paul, just talk us through this goal again. It all starts with Onana with the ball through, and it's Fernandes in an offside position as this ball played forward.
I don't believe so, but I think he lays it off brilliant. It looks like it may take a deflection as well from the shot. Starts with Onana. It's route one for Manchester United, and it's held up by Bruno Fernandes, and he just pulls it back, and it does look like it takes a little bit of a deflection. There's no chance for the goalkeeper. No goalkeeper is saving that. That is a superb strike, and you can only applaud it. City fan, Liverpool fan, whoever you are, you can only applaud that. That is a wonderful strike.
Yes, absolutely fantastic strike. And any England fan watching that, if I was done for England in the Euros this summer from Rashford, you'd be applauding that, whether you support Manchester United or not in club football, because that is an absolutely outstanding goal for Manchester United to take the lead in the derby. What a goal, and what a goal for the occasion as well. Rashford with an absolutely stupendous strike, fantastic goal, and the goal stands. United lead 1-0 as City will try and get back on level terms early on, but ball through to Haaland is poor. But Rashford needed that goal, as Paul rightly said, and that was a fantastic goal from Marcus Rashford in the end. And Rashford needed that one, and what a goal and what a start to this game as Varane finds Johnny Evans. Those two at the back for United today, looking to keep a clean sheet against City and looking for United to not concede yet another defeat in the Manchester derby to the citizens today as well. And what a game this has started to be as we see Manchester United lead by a goal tonight. If you're just joining us, check out a fantastic strike by Marcus Rashford to give the Red Half of Manchester the lead in the Manchester derby. Here's Garnacho. He can drop the ball back to Onana, and Onana will look to get this ball forward. And Andre Onana will look to pick out Rashford, this time the goal scorer. And Rashford will try and turn goal provider. We can't keep the ball in play, and it comes out for a throw to City, which Walker takes quickly to Diaz against Fernandes, and Diaz has conceded a corner and then give the ball away in frustration for giving that corner away there. But good start by Manchester United in response to how City started this game, Paul.
Yes, it is an amazing response, and it's just what Manchester United needed to quiet the home crowd too. It was a wonderful, wonderful strike, and Manchester United now starting to settle down into this game.
They are indeed, as Bruno Fernandes on his 150th appearance will look as going assist. He'll look to get a goal as well as the ball is curling to the penalty from that corner. But Nacho gets there. Head of Bernardo Silva, but Bernardo Silva does well to wrestle the ball back and find Doku down this left-hand channel. Jeremy Doku holds up the play well and tries to attack over halfway, but wins a throw-in for City. That's good play from Jeremy Doku as he looks to get this ball forward. And Manchester United defending well, having got that early goal there from Marcus Rashford, who was always on the bench or being played out wide when Rasmus Højlund was in the side, and brought his way into the side. 6 goals in 20 Manchester derby appearances now. 6 in 15 Premier League appearances as City win a corner after a good play from Kyle Walker down that far side. What a start to this derby then, and been a fantastic start. And I'm just in an interesting stat which I've got in front of me here, which I'll bring to you in a moment after this corner kick and get Paul's thoughts on this. As the corner comes in and just from behind for yet another corner. Bruno Fernandes this time getting the ball away for yet another corner, and this is good defensive play from Bruno Fernandes to clear the danger there for Manchester City, who were on the front foot as the corner comes in again for the citizens. Is headed away by Manu, only as far as Walker, and Walker will have it from halfway inside his own half in the centre circle through to Kevin De Bruyne, and De Bruyne skips past 1, skips past 2, still going Kevin De Bruyne edge of the penalty area, can't get the ball through to Haaland as Manchester United come away with possession. And here's McTominay now, all right to the goal scorer Rashford on this right hand side, goes the ball infield towards Manu, but Manchester City win the ball back That ball is hit forward. Now to play for a throw-in. Right in by the corner flag. Just a couple of yards from the corner flag. For Manchester United's right hand side, which will be taken by Diego Dallo in this game. And as far as you notice, Paul, I don't know if you noticed in your build-up to this one, since Alex Ferguson retired in 2013, Manchester United haven't won a Premier League title. There's been 6 titles for Manchester City, none for Manchester United. There's Ronaldo Silva tees up Phil Foden. It's a penalty in front with a shot in an corner with a save and a corner kick to Manchester City. But this is good response to City if I'm going to go behind, Paul.
Yeah, it was a super save by Onana, and I fully expect Manchester City to respond like this. They won't let their heads get down. They'll continue to play and try to dominate Manchester United.
Foden with the corner. He whips in towards the back post. Onana comes and claims it and falls to the ground. No one around him as he claimed that ball, as he was over the edge of Ake. As we see this game, and since Pep Guardiola was appointed Man City boss in 2016, there is one club who has won the most, who's had the most away wins at the Etihad Stadium across all competitions. I want to see if any of our listeners get which one it is. And
I think I know the answer to this.
Okay,
I'm going to type it in the private chat, okay? You can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Yes, no, it's Douglas possession. Here's Nathan Ake. Out to Jeremy Doku as City will look to come forward. Down the line again to Doku from Rodri and into Bernardo Silva, left hand side. Puts the ball back to De Bruyne, side of penalty. De Bruyne slices it into the crowd and behind for a goal kick to Manchester United. But City creating a number of chances and having a. We look at this goal again, Paul, from Rashford. Well taken goal in the end.
Oh, it was a superb strike. I mean, there's no goalkeeper saving it. I mean, it was just struck with such power and accuracy that I just wasn't expecting that from Rashford this season.
Yes. There's the answer to that one there for your Paul. Here comes City again with Foden. His penalty shot is blocked, and he comes in towards the left of the centre circle where Ake picks up into the centre circle for Diaz. Out wide to Kyle Walker. Walker can crossfield pass to Doku if he can get collected well, and he does. Wonderful control from Jeremy Doku. Low ball in into the penalty area. No, the silver shot is blocked. This was Foden inside the penalty. It's gone. Castro can go. Garnacho to Dallas. The Reds clear the ball away. And Fernandes gets Rashford away. And Rashford's onside. Marcus Rashford is through. What a challenge by Kyle Walker, who gets back there fantastically well. Fantastic challenge. And yes, mid-radio jingles and gaming, it was an absolute rocket from Marcus Rashford. Superb. And what we'll say, guys, is Paul on the second attempt got the answer to the question correct. So I will give you the answer around about the 30th minute of this game. As I like to bring you trivia. As we bring you the Manchester Derby, the 192nd Manchester Derby. And Manchester trying again behind the City defences. Is behind for a corner. We'll see the chance for Rashford here in Paul, and really should have done better here, Rashford.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ball just gets behind him, doesn't it? He's just not able to bring it under control, and Kyle Walker doesn't need a second chance there. He's going to get in the way of that.
Yeah, good defensive play from Kyle Walker there against Rashford as Fernandes takes a corner, whipped in towards the back post. Casemiro's up there. He's headed away by Ake, only as far as Ronaldo Silva to help him clear down line. Downfield, and he breaks for Onana, who's on halfway, and he's been playing like James Trafford. Well, if you were watching that game between Bournemouth and Burnley, Paul, like we were before this game, and seeing that his City come forward now, and Phil Foden's in behind you. Phil Foden from Manchester City, can he level? He can't. And he's behind for a corner, and that really should have been 1-1. Why didn't he lift it over the top of the goalkeeper there?
Well, I don't know if you're giving Onana his due praise there. That was a second valuable save by Onana.
Yes, City coming again. Rodri, crossed in, just over the Diaz. Breaks for Foden on the edge of the penalty area. Rodri again. Breaks for Kyle Walker. Walker. Got Garnacho for company. So let's go back to Edison. And here is Bernardo Silva. Silva will look to get this ball forward for City into Rodri in the centre circle. Now De Bruyne. De Bruyne's go further now wide. Wants to use him on the right hand side. And he does. Further now up against Lindelof. Crossing towards the penalty area looking for Haaland. Head scoping away. Lindelof clears it away. Breaks for Garnacho. And Andrew Garnacho does well. And is cleared away by Ruben Dias. As City will look to come forward. But United can break on them from where this well as Fernandes. He's got Rashford through, but Ake intercepts well. And he breaks for Rodri. Good play from City's. They win the ball back. It's now Bernardo Silva's possession. Silva. Back into Dias. Good play here from City as they look to come forward. Here's Nathan Ake. On halfway for City into the path there of Ruben Dias. Back into Ake once more and now gets this ball forward. Here's Doku. Down the line it goes Doku. Wonderful play back into Ake as he looks to come forward again. Here is Doku again. De Bruyne back to Doku. Nice 1-2. And Doku's cross is blocked. It's like gone down for a corner. The referee says no. I wasn't sure if he did or not. So Nana will look to get this ball forward and look for Manchester United to get a second goal here in Manchester derby as we see Nana into Varane and back to Nana. And he clears long now this time, looking for Lindelof, who heads it down the line for Garnacho. Who goes down, no free kick given on Garnacho. For foul on Garnacho by Walker. As here's Rodri. Looking at Rodri, but he has to go out wide in the end for Phil Foden. Foden drops the ball back to Walker. Walker will switch the play well, and he's a fantastic switch of play. But headers drop and he breaks now for the path of Ake. Drops it back to Dias. Dias will look to get this ball forward. Will he? No. It goes back to Edison. Both keepers are using the pace to play as a third centre back. At times when the fullbacks push forward, as here's Ake into the path of Stones. And Stones spreads the ball out wide well. And Phil Foden takes it down well, and Foden will attack down the far right and touchline. Back he goes to Walker into Rodri now. Rodri gets it to Stones. Stones. What can John Stones do here? Can look up and find Walker as he's being forced backwards. Dias into Ake as Ake looks to come forward now for City. Running towards the edge of the box, but he goes backwards towards out wide for Foden. Edge of the penalty area. Down there for Bernardo. So Kevin De Bruyne is put behind for yet another City corner. And City's response to going behind Paul has been none other than absolute superb.
Oh, they're relentless, Ross. They're absolutely relentless. They'll just keep coming and coming and coming until they break that Manchester United defence down.
This is a corner. It's taken quickly and cleared by Onana, and it's cleared it, but it's only for Bernardo Silva. City are coming again. Stones. What can Stones do with possession? It breaks now for Rodri. Good ball and it's given away. And now here's Johnny Evans. And he's coming up over towards halfway. He plays it out wide to Fernandes. And Evans is making the forward run. If you can use it, but he goes inside towards Dominic. He plays for Rashford to the back post. And he just misses his kick. And then keeps the ball in play with the head. Well, all the City with the ball did go out in the end. But that's another glorious opportunity for Manchester United on the counter attack.
Yeah, Marcus Rashford should have done better there. That should have been 2-0, really.
City coming forward again now. It's Foden. Down the far right and touchline. Back he goes to Walker. Here is De Bruyne back to Walker again, and Walker will look to get the ball in. He breaks for Foden. De Bruyne. Walker. De Bruyne. Stones. De Bruyne. Ake. The City look to come and get back into this game. Doku now. Down this left-hand side. What can he do here with possession? He drops it back to Ake. Ake. Can he get the ball into the penalty area? City can't score on the outside of the penalty area, although Manchester United did. Doku edge of the penalty area, breaks for Stones. Hour for Bernardo Silva. Silva crosses in. Comes off Dallo. Down for yet another Manchester City corner. That's about 4 in quick succession now for City. Go with it quickly. Doku. Edge of the penalty, but the City one. They're waiting for, checking for something here. I think it might be a penalty to City they're checking. Yes, they're checking a potential handball here.
Not for me, Ross. That he had his arm tucked in. I think that would be incredibly harsh if they were to give that.
They're checking for handball. No handball given as the corner this time comes in, punched away by Onana. In the end, and Foden now has possession. How wide it goes well. Delivers a cross in towards the back post for Haaland. He breaks for De Bruyne. Good control from Kevin De Bruyne. Back it goes again. Bernardo Silva. On to Rodri. Lands up a shot. And he takes deflection and wide. It will be yet another Manchester City corner. And what a response, Paul. I keep mentioning it. It has been a good response from City to going behind as they look to go on with this corner quickly.
Well, there's so many players.
He whips it into his penalty. Edge go up. He breaks his head of penalty for Rodri. Heads it back across goal. United can clear away. Only as far as Doku. Jimmy Doku brings it down under his spell. Well, back he goes to Walker. And Walker will turn and look to get this ball forward. And he will go into Diaz. He'll look to get this ball forward as well. Diaz up towards halfway. Our for Phil Foden. We've got De Bruyne going on the outside of him. He has to go back to Diaz. He goes into centre circle and Walker up over halfway. Kyle Walker into Rodri now. Rodri switch of play to the right for Foden up against Lindelof. And does well here Foden. Back to De Bruyne. Good play. And City look to keep coming. Rodri once more. Ake now. Away to Doku. Away from Jeremy Doku. Back to Nathan Ake. Ake will look to come forward. Wonderful play. And City look to attack. Stones. Away for Doku. Edge of the penalty area. And he's out for a throw into City. Finish your play, was going to say there, Paul.
Yeah, I was going to say they've got so many players that can hurt you. So many super world-class players. Some of them just generational players. So I don't think we've seen the last of the goals today, Ross.
I hope not, Paul. This is Walker. How wide it goes to Phil Foden. And Foden goes down under a challenge then. It's a free kick. Foul by Victor Lindelof on Foden. And it remains City, who trail by a goal to 0 thanks to that 8th-minute goal from Marcus Rashford. If you've not seen it, I do suggest you check it out. Best goal of the 2 games that we've seen today, in my opinion, Paul. Don't know about you.
Agreed.
What do you reckon with that?
Oh, agreed, totally.
As here is Lindelof to clear the ball away, but City won the ball back and he breaks towards Haaland. Now it's Rodri for Silva. Bernardo Silva, edge of the penalty area. Allied for Joe Doku on the left-hand side inside the box now. Doku trying to get the ball through. Breaks Fernandes to clear. Only as far as Diaz. The City will come again. Ake. Down the line for Doku. What can he do now, Doku? He finds Rodri. Good ball through. To Stones. Spreading the ball out wide. Here is Phil Foden. Back it goes to Silva. Switch of play for De Bruyne. It was the penalty. It was Foden in the back post and Silva was in there too. We'll go claim from Onana. And 20 minutes have gone since the opening goal of the game, Paul, from Marcus Rashford. And what have you made to the game since the goal went in? And is it only a matter of time before City score, do you reckon?
No, I don't want to say that, but the response has been quite brilliant. Manchester United, though, I've caught them cold a couple of times, and they've had a couple of chances themselves, Manchester United. So City have to be careful about being caught on the break. But you can see that they're coming forward, that they're just relentless. I don't believe we've seen the last of the goals. Onana as well is playing really good for Manchester United right now. Made a couple of vital saves.
Yes, as Manchester United lead by a goal to nil in the Manchester derby here at the Etihad, as the ball is splayed out wide to Jeremy Doku in towards the penalty area. So again, Doku, edge of the box. Back to Doku, who slips as he shoots, and he goes wide in the end, and he's not happy with that effort there. And I'm surprised, and I'm not surprised either, Paul.
Well, it's unfortunate here. He just slips at the vital moment. He might want to look at the studs, but as we look again at that save by Onana from Phil Foden, kind of gives you some impression. Now, yes, as you said, he could have possibly gone over Foden, gone over Onana, or even gone round him. But I think Onana, you have to give him credit for making himself big and making Foden's options difficult.
Yeah, Paul, I'm not sure whether he could have gone round him. Reason with that is because Varane was there covering as well. I think if he had gone round him, Varane would have run it back, as here comes Maino. With Maino now for Manchester United. Out wide to Rashford. Back towards Maino. Going away to Walker. And Walker does well up against his England colleague, Marcus Rashford, and wins his side of throwing here. 30 minutes gone, and I will give you the answer to the trivia that I gave you. I did ask you which club has got the most away wins for the Etihad Stadium in all competitions since the appointment of Pep Guardiola as City manager. Paul, I can't tell your second answer as your guess. So if you want to tell everyone what was your first guess, so I'll reveal the answer.
Well, my first guess was Tottenham Hotspur. I thought it was them, but it's not.
No, the answer is today's opponents, Manchester United, have had 8 games. So this is the 9th game since the appointment of Pep Guardiola as Manchester City boss, and they've won 4 times here. They're looking to win 5 games out of 9. Win number 5 in 9, and 25% of Man City's home defeats under Pep Guardiola, 4 out of 16, have been against Manchester United.
Yeah, it's always interesting, the Manchester derby. It's one of the prestigious fixtures of the Football League calendar, isn't it, really?
It is, Paul, yes, and all the players look to do very well in this game. This is one of the games, I don't care what anybody says, this is one of the games that football fans look at on the candidates. Doku strikes a goal, is blocked. This for Haaland, who heads over with a free header as he popped up to him. And he really should be scoring there, Paul.
Yeah, this is given Haaland's most recent form. It was a bit difficult for him, in fairness to him, because he has to avert his head, and then it's very difficult to get power in a header like that when the ball is just looping into the air. But he just didn't get his head over it, and he just puts it over the crossbar.
Yes, and we see Manchester City responding well, but yet to find their breakthrough in this game as the red half of Manchester United lead by a goal to nil against the blue half, which is Manchester City. As here comes Foden, who goes down and wins his side a free kick, fouled by Victor Lindelof, who gives it away yet another stupid free kick. As Manchester United will look to come forward here. City on the 10 now with Walker into the penalty, Kyle Walker. He cuts the ball back for De Bruyne, crossing deep. Comes out to the edge of the box, and what a save that was from Andre Onana to keep out Rodri there.
It's another super save, and he would have seen that late, Ross. He would have seen that really late, and it's a good job he didn't get full power behind it, otherwise there was no way Onana was getting there.
Yes, superb save from Andre Onana, and City take the corner quickly. Foden, back to Silva. Silva can't pick out Walker, but he does play for the England international. Walker in the centre circle. He's being forced back, and that's good play from Kobe Mainoo, forcing Manchester City back there from what was a promising position. As we see this game coming forward. Manchester City trail by a goal to nil. What a big few games coming up here on the commentary after this one tonight. We'll tell you what we've got coming up next weekend. Here's Ake. You think Ake can come forward? Here is Walker. Good spread out to Foden against Lindelof. Foden still with possession. Rodri. De Bruyne inside the penalty area now. Kevin De Bruyne shoots and drags his effort wide, and De Bruyne happy with that effort there. We're pushing the final 10 minutes of this first half, which has been a fascinating first half, Paul. And it just goes wide there from Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah, City throwing everything at this, and you've got Kevin De Bruyne and Rodri all capable of scoring goals, but so far Manchester United's rearguard is holding tight.
They are indeed, as Andre Onana can clear this ball away, and heads go up and it breaks for Diego Dalot down the line. It goes picked off by Ake to Bernardo Silva, back to Edison, as City will look to try and come forward and get back on level terms before half time. Here's John Stones now. Stones will look up and try and pick out a teammate, and he does in shape of Diaz. I think Diaz will look to come forward. This is good play in the end by Manchester City as he looks to come forward. Wonderful play as here is Stones out wide to Foden. Rodri on the overlap, and Foden cuts in field. Wonderful play from Foden. Finds Ake. And Ake can come forward. Wonderful play now as here comes Rodri. Good ball out wide. Waits for Dirk, edge of the penalty, left hand side. Then Dirk will low cross in, it's cleared away. In the end, as it breaks for City again to come forward. Ake to find Bernardo Silva onto Stones. Then with Durku there now. Stones again, edge of the penalty area. Still going John Stones. Diaz. Ake. City looking to get back on level terms. As Rodri finds Bernardo Silva. Will come back from Bernardo Silva. As the box is Rodri. Chip to the back post up for Foden. It's cleared away and Manchester United can try and break. But here is Walker to Stones. How wide it goes for Foden. Here's Walker. Back to Foden. Now it's De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne into the penalty. Where's for Foden? Foden's shot is blocked. Loops up into the air. Where's this one going to drop? It drops for Stones. Now wide to Walker. Back to Stones once more. Now Foden. Foden gives the ball away as Mainoo intercepts as he tries to pick out De Bruyne. There's a free kick, foul on Mainoo.
Well, Phil Foden is so good in those positions, isn't he? In and around the edge of the penalty area, creating those opportunities, but he's also dangerous from there. You give him any space in the penalty area and he'll punish you.
Yes, he will, and that's what City are looking to try and do. Punish Manchester United in those tight spaces as Varane drops the ball back to Onana. How wide it goes and is played forward. Bernardo Silva wins the header. It breaks to Haaland. There's been a foul in there by somebody. I'm not sure who was. It was who did that foul away there. Maybe even Haaland himself. He wasn't happy with it. As Varane tells Onana to stay inside his own penalty area, and he's going to take charge of this free kick. He finds Diego Dalot. He plays it forward, looking for the run of Fernandes. And it breaks now into the path of John Stones to Ruben Dias. Rodri to Stones once more. In centre circle Stones. Now moving towards this left-hand side. He gets the ball into the path of Bernardo Silva. Centre of the park, inside the centre circle, and I look to play the ball to the right hand side, and Rodri further wide on the right hand side for Phil Foden. Back he goes to Kyle Walker. Here's Rodri. Back out wide for Phil Foden on the right hand side. Does well here Foden. Crossed in with 2-0 the goalkeeper in the end. And it's just the final ball for City, which is letting them down so far, Paul.
Well, yes, but they are creating chances, Ross. I mean, they forced 3 good saves out of Andre Onana.
They haven't. Onana can clear this time. Look for the winner of Rashford. And Fernandes was offside there. Flag didn't go up. And City are complaining about that to the linesman on this near side. And I was surprising up myself, to be fair, Paul. It looked like he was offside there, Fernandes, but City coming forward here now with Walker, who can get this ball forward. To Foden, on that right hand side. Good play, chipped in behind for Kevin De Bruyne. Can he get the ball in? He can. Eye looping header, headed away by Casemiro. On this one, it's Ake. Now Dirk has possession for City. Edge of the box is Stones. Out wide for Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva, still going. Good work here. Breaks now for Dias. Out wide for Doku. What can he do here, Jeremy Doku? Can he go on the attack? He can. Back he goes to Nathan Ake. Edge of the penalty area is Phil Foden. And now is Bernardo Silva cleared away by Casemiro. And here comes City again. Ake is out of play for a throw to City. United wanted it to be theirs. The referee and the linesman gave it to City. City have gone a bit quickly. Here's Rodri. 25 yards out. Further to De Bruyne. Back now for Walker. Walker will look to get the ball in the box late. There he goes to Foden. Back to De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne. Into Ake. Good work here from City. As he looks to try and get this ball forward. It's out wide. For Ruben Dias. Now looking for Walker. He's out of play for a throw-in. Walker will take. Will he take a shot to Foden, or will he go long in towards all inside the box? He goes back to Rodri. He goes further back to Dias. Now Ake. And now it's Awa with Doku. Jeremy Doku. Attacks down this left hand side. Rolls the ball across for Rodri. Chipped in towards the penalty area. Walker's there. Brings to the edge of the box. For Doku. Breaks for Bernard. Breaks for Kevin De Bruyne. And De Bruyne really should be scoring there, Paul.
I don't know about scoring, but he should certainly do better. Someone of Kevin De Bruyne's talents should be looking at hitting the target from there. He doesn't look very pleased with himself after that either. But at the moment, it's important for Manchester City not to get frustrated, to carry on doing what they're doing. The breakthroughs will come.
Yes, as Onana will take this goal kick for Manchester City, as he will look to play the ball down the line for Manchester United rather. Garnacho has possession. And he breaks for Stones. Back he goes into the path of Edison. Out wide for Nathan Ake, can come forward. Down the line for Doku. He's either plays it. Yes, he's a throw-in to Manchester United. Dallo to take. Back to Casemiro and halfway. Dallo again on this right-hand side. Throws in from a touch and he charges forward. And he plays the pass Bernardo Silva. Ake is there to get the ball back for City. It's Edison. Listen, out wide to Walker. He brings it down well on his chest and charges over halfway. City can get, if they can play to the right, they've got to their left. If they've got Doku in space, but goes to the right and Foden. Into the penalty area, Foden. To De Bruyne. De Bruyne. Dias. What can Dias do here now? Phil Foden. Waits for Rodri. And towards Hillen Orland. It's cleared away. Breaks for Garnacho. Given away to Stones. and City will come forward again. Here is Bernardo Silva. Silva with the cross in. Haaland's in there. Cogan breaks towards Foden. Shot is blocked by Kobe Mainoo in the face, and he goes down. Mainoo.
Took it square in the face.
Yeah, square in the face in. 6 man's on top of that, stayed down here. But the ball did strike me in the face. You can see it here, Paul, as he comes back in. As he breaks for Foden, hits him square in the face. And he got down on his haunches as he goes.
Yeah, well, close range as well. I think anybody booing that should try taking a ball in the face from a volley by Phil Foden and see how it feels for them. That would have hurt just a smidging.
Yes, and it might have just right. I think today online the referee in the Forest game yesterday by giving the ball back to City when he stopped the play in the Forest game, he gave it back to Liverpool rather than Forest. After a stoppage like there. And the back cross. And Haaland! How was he missed?
I have no idea, Ross. I have no idea. That seemed easier to score. I'm just talk through this. So the header is across. Haaland is onside. Oh my goodness me, Ross. He's 3 yards out with the entire goal at his mercy. Oh.
How has he not scored?
You'd bet your house on it, wouldn't you?
Yes, and if I did, I'd have lost my house.
Yeah. Oh, look at Pep Guardiola. Oh, a man of Haaland's talents. How is that done? Might they regret that later, Ross?
They could, Judge. We enter stoppage time where there's 3 additional minutes. As Dalot charges over halfway. Diego Dalot still going. And could City be punished here for missing that chance? Rashford. Lindelof. Dalot back to Rashford. Lindelof once more. Fernandes makes a run into the penalty area. Firmino back to Fernandes. Fernandes chips the ball in. McTominay's in there. And Henderson comes and claims it. Luckily for City, they don't get punished on that occasion. And McTominay should get booked here. Scott McTominay should get booked here now. Well, the referee just has advantage. The City have got possession. Here is John Stones.
May come back for it, Ross.
Could come back for it as here comes Foden for City. Good play from City. They really should be on level terms, especially after that glorious chance from Haaland goes begging. It breaks now for Kevin De Bruyne. Rodri, good bit of play. Back now with Rodri. Chips ball to this left-hand side and Doku. Edge of the box is Foden. Left-hand side, De Bruyne. Doku. Bernardo Silva. Across the face of the goal and somehow United scrabbling the ball away. It breaks for De Bruyne. Ake. City will look to end this first half on top. And they are doing. They really should be level though. Haaland misses a gilt-edged opportunity to level the scores. Walker to Foden. Rodri. Walker again. Walker clocks towards the back post. Breaks for Doku. Edge of the penalty area, left-hand side. Couple of yards away from the bar line. De Bruyne. Oh, gets there. De Bruyne across the face. Got him just put behind by Varane. The right side of the post from Manchester United persuasion. Wrong side from the City persuasion. City do have a corner though.
Good piece of defending by Rafael Varane. He couldn't afford to wait to see who was behind him. Good work. Good
work indeed as City have a corner. De Bruyne to take. We've seen under the Klausing headed away by Evans and it's cleared away only as far as Rodri. Now is Phil Foden. Can Foden strike a goal? The break for Stones. Stones to Rodri. Rodri will line up a shot here. Stones. Silva. Walker. 280 for City. Walker does and it's over the bar. City will take it too long there to hit it, Paul. When they should have hit it first time.
Yeah, he should have done, and you could see Pep Guardiola having a joke with the fourth official, Darren England there. I think he's trying to describe Haaland's miss.
Yeah, City have a chance to level just before half time. Will they take it? De Bruyne with the corner. It was Pepe and Arnold claims, and that should be that for the first half. That really should be that for the first half. And is it that for the first half? It is half time. Manchester United lead by a goal to nil, and somehow I don't know how they are leading back at half time. But what a first half that was. How can Holland misses the Jingles and Gaming says, but what a glorious opportunity for City to level at half time. It's the trail by a goal to at half time. That's the 8th minute goal from Rashford, but somehow they should be at least drawing at half time. Paul, half time assessment, please.
Well, the goal on 7 minutes by Marcus Rashford was a wonder goal. But City have had their chances. They really should be leading this game at half time. Chances for De Bruyne, chances for, well, Haaland's had a couple. Phil Foden has forced good saves out of Andre Onana. Some of that is down to the work of the Manchester United goalkeeper. But the gilt-edged chance of the first half, Haaland from 3 yards out, media, radio and jingles may well ask how has he missed that, because I can't answer that. I have no answer as to how he missed that and put that over the crossbar. No answer at all. But City have just got to keep working if they want to get back into this game. They'll get the chances. More chances will fall to them in the second half, but they have to be more clinical on their finishing than that.
That they do, Paul. So the break then. At half time in this 192nd Manchester derby is City 0, United 1. Second half coming up soon. Welcome back to the Current Jobs coverage of the 192nd Manchester derby. It's the Red Half of Manchester who lead the Blue Half at half-time at the Etihad Stadium. It's City 0, United 1. After Rashford's 8th minute goal separates the two sides, especially when City really should be level in this game when Erling Haaland missed a gilt-edged opportunity for City to level on the stroke of half-time. I've seen it back at half-time on my phone and I still don't understand how Haaland missed from there. How has he missed? I'm still shocked right now. I've just seen it again here on the monitors and I'm still shocked that he has missed that chance there. And I know that my co-commentating friend Paul James also still can't believe how he's missed Paul.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. It's going to be one of them that's going to be picked up in the blooper awards at the end of the season. But the fact that it's Erling Haaland and the fact that he is so clinical when finishing normally, to miss that chance, it's almost unheard of. It's almost unbelievable, actually.
Yes, and I'm surprised of a player of his calibre actually has missed that opportunity there, Paul. You'd put your house on him to score from there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I'm, I'm sure Pep Guardiola has asked him at half time how he's managed to miss that. And I'm not sure he'll be able to answer it himself. But he'll be looking to put that right in the second half as Manchester City are ready to go for the second half. The chances will come for them in the second half. They just have to be more clinical.
Yes, the teams are back out ready for the second half. City remain in their blue shirts, white shorts, blue socks, sky blue that is, and Manchester United in their red shirts, black shorts, and black socks. Will get us off and underway for the second half. As we get ready for the second half, as we get ready, as Bruno Fernandes will kick us off and drops it all the way back to Andre Onana in goal. And we'll run you through the two sides again at the start of the second half. As there is no changes to either side, so we'll run you through those now. It's Ederson in goal for Manchester City. It's a back three of Walker, Diaz, and Ake. Then it's Rodri and Stones. The Stones is down on the floor at the moment. Foden, De Bruyne, Silva, and Doku. Behind the lone striker of Erling Haaland. And we're just looking at this aerial challenge here, which caused John Stones to fall, and he fell awkwardly as he jumped up for the ball with Scott McTominay. Then we're going to give you the Manchester United team at the start of the second half. And it's Onana in goal for the Red Half of Manchester. It's Dalot, Varane, Evans and Lindelof across the back. McTominay, Casemiro and Manu in midfield, with Fernandes playing behind Garnacho and the goal scorer Rashford. Here's Ake. Down the line it goes to Doku. Doku does well. And he's fouled there, is it Doku? Yes. By Diego Dalot, free kick to the Blue Half of Manchester. A minute and 20 seconds into this second half. And we're probably looking forward to watching or hoping to see in the second half of this Manchester derby.
Well, I'm hoping to see City continuing to press and continuing to create chances, but Manchester United seemed content with that and are quite happy to catch Manchester City on the break. But I'd like to see Manchester United press City a little bit more, put them under pressure when they have the ball rather than backing off, and see if that helps create Manchester United some more chances.
Here is Walker for City, who's in possession. Goes across to Diaz, further for the side to Rodri on the left-hand side to Ake now as he comes forward from the back. As part of the back three today, Nathan Ake, Doku and Phil Foden acting as wing-backs. Sometimes it's Bernardo, sometimes it's Kevin De Bruyne acting as a wing-back. Here's Doku now for City. Down the line he goes and out to play for a throw-in. Well, not throwing well there, did Doku off of Diego Dalot, and he now breaks for Diaz. Now midway inside the United half of the field as he finds Walker out wide to De Bruyne into Stones, back to De Bruyne again. Crossfield pass looking for Durku, who's cut out. Only as far as Ake though from Garnacho's header. Durku has possession now on that left hand side up against Garnacho. Back he goes to Ake. Back into Durku up against Dalot. He's got Bernardo Silva outside him with Durku. There's a 1-2 with Garnacho. Then Manchester United can break as McTominay finds Garnacho. Garnacho holds up the play well. Goes out to Rodri, but ball over the top and McTominay's away. And he's in behind here, Scott McTominay. Ball towards the penalty, looking for Rashford. He's cut out well. And Ake just gets the ball cleared before McTominay can get on the ball for Manchester United. Here's De Bruyne in the centre circle, over halfway. Moves out to the right hand side and Phil Foden attacks Victor Lindelof. Foden cuts inside. Foden's shot is blocked. Race for Durku on the left hand side. Back he goes to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva. What can he do here? He drops the ball back to Ake. Ake now. We look up. We'll try and find a teammate. He doesn't Walker. We call for it. Finds Kevin De Bruyne. We could have got Phil Foden on the other side this time. He goes inside to Rodri. Haaland. Back to goal. Haaland goes down. Silva. Durku. Cross. Punch to us. He comes towards Foden in the back post. And Evans gets there. Just out of Foden. And puts it out. And City almost level in the second half all with a fantastic save from Andre Onana.
Yeah, again, Onana gets a vital touch here because there's Foden on the back post. If Onana wouldn't have got that touch, Foden would have been there to tap it in for 1-1.
City coming forward here. Diaz. Here's Rodri. Good play now from City. Can they cause a few problems? Here is Nathan Ake. Good bit of play now. Rodri over the top. Fantastic bit of play. Foden goes one and another. Goes in towards the back post. Bernardo Silva heads it across. But behind he goes for a goal kick to Manchester United. It's Manchester City trying to find their way back into this game at the start of the second half. If you're just joining us now thinking it's the start of the first half, you are wrong. You missed a goal after 8 minutes in the first half with Marcus Rashford, and on the stroke of half time, Erling Haaland missed a gilt-edged opportunity to level for City. We played 5 minutes in the second half. It's City 0, United 1 as Onana plays the ball away. Up towards the head of John Stones, where's he back forward, and Haaland is chasing after this, but the ball goes back to Onana, and that was like a nice 1-2 between John Stones and Andre Onana just there. If you're tuning in for the very first time today and not heard myself or Paul before, thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you for tuning in to the Commentary Up 2, JB Sports, Focus on Football, on my own personal Twitch channel, which is Russ P. Vernon _92. If you're listening on any of those channels and you want to get your comments in, feel free to do so. You can tweet, and you can also tweet us if you want to as well. Commentary Live 1 is a place to tweet us and get your thoughts in on the Manchester Derby. Use the hashtag MCIMUN is the hashtag for you to get involved with today's City. Just lose out in possession as looks to come forward. Rashford breaking over halfway for United. Does well up against Walker, who concedes a throw in there. Walker takes it quickly to Stones, and Stones will look up, finds Rodri in space in the centre circle forward for Haaland, who comes deep. Haaland loses out to McTominay. Now Fernandes. McTominay again. Fernandes again. What can Fernandes do here with possession? Goes back to Dalot to keep hold of the ball for United. Here is Varane across to Evan. Now Lindelof. Back he goes here well to Onana. Forward to Varane, and Casemiro just nips in to take space. He's gone past Varane. He now breaks for Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes looks up. Drops the ball back to Diego Dalot. Dalot will look to switch the play. Will he? No. Goes to McTominay instead. Manu now. Kobe Manu coming forward from United. Plays a wonderful ball out wide to this left-hand side, and Rashford does well in Marcus Rashford. Back he goes to Victor Lindelof. Lindelof gets the ball in field to Manu. Back to Lindelof again. Across that far side, and Diego Dalot. Down to Alejandro Garnacho. Garnacho into Fernandes. Back out wide. It goes in now to Dallo. Fernandes again. Backwards now to Varane. Good work here from United, just keeping possession and keeping City at arm's length and making City do the running. He's got Nacho, finds Fernandes. Varane to Dallo to Varane again. Rafael Varane finds Diego Dallo. Varane out wide. It goes to Bruno Fernandes. Infield to McTominay. And now here we come again. Menu. Out wide. Wonderful player from the Citizens to win the ball back as Rodri has it now and he can come forward. And that's a wonderful ball in towards Phil Foden if he can get there, and he can. Against Victor Lindelof. Burden. Joe Stones for company, but he takes on Lindelof. Crossing towards the back post. Headed away there. What about Dallo? To McTominay. McTominay doing well. He's forced backwards. Dallo clears the ball away. It breaks for Garnacho. Cleared away. Casemiro just launches it long. Breaks for Rashford halfway. Walker intercepts. Wins the ball. Foden goes down on the chance of Fernandes. Wins a throw-in. Walker, we want to go on with this quickly for City. As we just look, see this touch by Rashford again. And then we just see how Walker just manages to nip in, clear the ball away. He wanted a free kick there, Rashford. But Walker won the ball. And now here comes John Stones. Good ball out wide to Kevin De Bruyne. Here is Foden. De Bruyne again. Plays it in field for Ruben Dias. And Dias gets it to Ake. Ake will look up to Walker. Foden. Walker. City keeping all the possession. Foden again. Switch of play to Doku, and he does that well. Jeremy Doku up against Diego Dallo. Back to Ake. Ake will look to deliver a cross in. Haaland is there, calm down end of it. It was nudged away by Johnny Evans, fairly according to the referee. And Evans can't keep the ball in play. And City will come again. Go through towards Haaland. Cut out well by Mino. Read that situation well. Foden goes down, but no free kick given. And McTominay can break for United. Over halfway, McTominay. He's got Rashford through on goal. Marcus Rashford is pulled down by Kyle Walker, and that's surely going to be a free kick for Manchester United. He's not being given. Walker coming away with it now.
Shocking decision.
Here is Rodri. De Bruyne. Out wide for Doku. As City will look to come forward. Jeremy Doku. He's up to John Stones. De Bruyne. Rodri. Foden. Phil Foden across his head. Foden lands up a shot. And Phil Foden scores an absolute stunning goal to level things for City in the Manchester derby. 56 minutes on the clock. It's United who have been pulled back. It's City 1, United 1. Phil Foden with the goal.
Oh, it was a super strike again, wasn't it? Whatever Rashford can do, Foden can do. It just got the shot away there. No chance for Onana this time. But as I mentioned in the first half, Ross, this is where Phil Foden is so dangerous. And if you give him time and space, he's going to punish you. And he punished United there. But I just wonder whether VAR are going to look at that challenge on Rashford at the other end of the field that led up to this.
It's a fantastic, well-worked goal. And Phil Foden has scored yet again in the Manchester derby. He likes to score in those games, does Phil Foden. And he's scored virtually more often than not every time. He's played in the derby, and he's just scored again. He has scored his 10th goal in the Premier League this season. Eric Ten Hag gets a yellow card for probably demonstrating to the assistants following the potential build-up. The goal will stand. 17th goal this season. The best scoring run of his career. Is City 1, United 1 now. And the Manchester derby is well and truly on now, Paul.
Well, it is, but we knew it was coming. The chances that City were creating, we knew it was coming. And they just gave Phil Foden too much, very naive defending. Gave him way too much time on the edge of the box to strike that shot. And City deserved their equaliser.
They do indeed, it is. City coming forward with possession is Rodri. Well, the game has stopped after the City goal was scored. The City fans thrown on a blue flare onto the field of play, and I don't know how they managed to get them inside the stadium.
No, I'd like to know how they're getting them inside the stadium, and I just wonder if it was thrown at Onana.
Let's just see the table. The shot there brilliantly by Foden, which was just in his goal again here. Cracking strike from Phil Foden. We're just going to see if we can see a shot of when that flare was thrown and whether it was thrown at Andre Onana. Foden was across to the corner to celebrate in one corner there, and then where's the flare being thrown at? Foden celebrates well. You can see celebrations there. We're not seeing where the flare was being thrown. Foden just having a word here. Julian Alvarez is getting stripped a minute to come on, and he will be coming on here, Julian Alvarez, and he is replacing Jeremy Doku for Manchester City. So substitution for City sees the Argentinian Julian Alvarez on for the Belgian Jeremy Doku.
Interesting change.
Speaking of Doku's today, Paul, your thoughts on his performance?
Well, he was certainly involved in a lot of what Manchester City was creating. I think obviously Pep here now wants to go for the juggler here and try to get City in the lead and to build on this lead as Foden comes again.
Yes, Foden. Now the right-hand side, brilliant bit of play from Phil Foden. Edge of the penalty area. For Walker. Alvarez inside the box. He tees up to the edge of the box for Stones. Shot is blocked. He breaks off now for Ake. Heads it down the line. And Ake is still going. Up against Diego Dallo. Can't keep the ball in play. He feels he was fouled there. And the referee's going to free kick you, I think. But a foul by Diego Dallo on Nathan Ake, which will give City the chance to put men inside the penalty area, including Ake. Stones in there too. Diaz, Rodri, Haaland, all inside the penalty area. Rodri's inside the box as well. We've got flitting around the penalty area. I wonder if there's anybody on the edge of the box here for City. We've seen Haaland there watching on here. We've got Alvarez on the edge of the box, Foden on the edge of the box, Walker on the edge of the box too. He's taken quickly. De Bruyne lifts the cross in to the back post. Yes, can't get there. It's punched behind by Onana. It will be a City corner. But this is good pressure from City since getting their equaliser, Paul.
Yeah, they're pressing, and they've been doing it all the game since they fell behind. They've just been pressing, and they're relentless. They're absolutely relentless.
Absolutely. City line up this goal this corner as the stoppage in player from the corner can be taken as Onana and Ake being spoken to by Andy Madley. As we watch this here, Onana pushes as Varane pushing Ake into Onana here as the ball is across, comes to the back post, cleared away, only as far as a throw for City, which Alvarez will look to take, will he? When Alvarez will leave it. Yeah. For Bernardo Silva to take. And he goes back to Diaz. And halfway into Kyle Walker. Inside the centre circle, inside the United half of the field. Wonderful play now to Rodri. Walker coming forward. Stones out wide for Foden. Foden back into John Stones. Giving away. This time Stones can't take it in his stride. Place for Foden. Edge of the box for Alvarez. Alvarez is Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva's moved out to the left hand side now. It's into substitution of Julian Alvarez. Here is Walker. Rodri. Pull the legs of the referee to Alvarez. Alvarez to Bernardo Silva up against Diego Dallo. Silva crosses in. Cleared by Rashford on the edge of his own box. Comes for Walker. Now, here is De Bruyne. Delivers a crossing towards the penalty area. And too near the goalkeeper Onana there. And Paul, that goal from City seems to have changed not just the complexion of the game, but the way the game was going. Because City, yes, they were still dominating possession and chances prior to the goal, but United were getting chances. But since that goal, it's just been non-stop City pressure now.
Yeah, and this is what Manchester City does. Once they see a weakness, they exploit it. And by getting themselves back into the game now, the way that they have, they are just going to be like around Manchester United's penalty area and around the goal, like a swarm of angry wasps.
Or angry bees, whichever you want to call them.
I
Here
prefer
comes City
wasps.
again. With Stones to Rodri. Rodri does well. Gets the ball out to Phil Foden, who's onside. Up against Victor Lindelof. And he will look to attack Victor Lindelof. Goes back to Walker. Here is Stones. Here is Walker again. To Foden. Down the left hand side, he goes into the path. Here now, back to Foden. Back across. Oh, can't get there. Evans just clears away. No, Silva's back across goal this time towards Haaland. Here is De Bruyne. City's still coming. City's still knocking on that door. Can they reach it again for a second time in this game? What a match so far. 1-1 here at the Etihad Stadium. De Bruyne through towards Foden, and he can't get there. Onana claims it. And Onana goes down, and he's holding his hand up in the air, saying he needs to breathe in.
Looks like it's cramp.
Yeah, it could be potential cramp here.
Yeah.
And it's weird that a goalkeeper gets cramp in games, especially when they're not moving around quite a bit.
Well, it's not being very helpful as Andy Magley just takes the ball off him. I think we're going to see if it is cramp. You might just have to see some pressure just put on that leg, but he's getting up on his feet now. And the United physio is on now, just taking a look at him. We'll just kind of see how he is. De Bruyne is complaining. He thinks that there's some gamesmanship by Onana. I think De Bruyne and Haaland need to stay out of this, Ross, to be honest.
Yeah, I do as well, Paul and I. But I think I could not, like De Bruyne was potentially thinking that. I was thinking some gamesmanship happening here. And with Onana going down there. We're seeing the reaction of Eric Ten Hag to the equaliser for City. And he was not a happy bunny there with referee Darren England thinking there should have been a foul in the build-up to the equalising goal for Manchester City. But a similar sort of incident, Paul, happened when Leeds played against Liverpool in the league. I know it wouldn't have mattered on the overall scoreline because they ended up losing 6-1 that game. But there was an handball in the build-up by Trent Alexander-Arnold. They deemed it too far to go back.
That wasn't, in my opinion.
And that was only 3 passages of play between the handball by Alexander-Arnold and the goals being scored by Salah. But that one, there was a lot more passage of play between that and the goals to. I can't see why they could have overturned it. Here's Rashford now, this left-hand side for United, looking to get those red for Manchester's back into the leaders. They lose out to Alvarez, lose out to Fernandes, and he loses out now to Alvarez, and then Alvarez loses out to Garnacho. He breaks for Dalot this time. Here you go, Dalot coming forward. Manchester United drops the ball back to Rafael Varane. Apart from the goalkeeper and Evans and Varane at the moment, and everybody else in the Manchester United persuasion inside the City half of the field. Here's Evans now. Manchester United looking to get this ball forward. He drops the ball back to Andre Onana. And now it goes out wide for Dalot. Dalot out for a throw in which City take quickly. Stones. City back in possession. It's the United couple possession there. And it's out wide now with Bernardo Silva. Back he goes to John Stones on the inside the City half, United half. Back out left to Bernardo Silva, into Ake, back into Jones to Diaz. Now Walker out to this right hand side and Phil Foden. Comes the odds in from the touchline. Over with the penalty area too. Gets it back to Walker. And Walker will look up. Go to Diaz. Ruben Diaz finds Ake to Rodri. Good work here from sitting back all the way to Edison. And now it is Ruben Diaz with possession for Manchester City. On halfway. Through to Erling Haaland, who turns well away from Johnny Evans, and Haaland's through. Erling Haaland goes through. It's 12 by Varane, is it? Yes. Is this a yellow card for Rafael Varane? And it is. Yellow card for Varane. Free kick for City in a dangerous position. And that is good play from Erling Haaland, Paul James.
Yeah, just dancing his way through there. He was body checked by Rafael Varane. Legal in hockey, but not in football. You can't be doing that now, especially as he was dancing into the penalty area there. That would have been a chance for Haaland.
As Manchester United are making a substitution here. Number 35, Johnny Evans, is being replaced here. And number 53, I think this is his Premier League debut for Willie Cambuala, coming on for Manchester United.
That's a very interesting decision.
And if it is his debut, which I believe so it is, what a time to make his Premier League debut for Manchester United, Paul.
Oh, well, he couldn't have picked a better time. It's a real baptism of fire, isn't it? But he should enjoy the occasion. He's got 21 minutes to kind of make any kind of an impact. But I think it's a good opportunity for the lad, and real chance for him to really make an impact in front of those Manchester United fans.
Yes, and interesting to see how this one will go, as Manchester United with Willie Cambuala coming on now. We'll have a chance to see what he can do in this defence. Willie Cambuala in his Manchester United. He's played twice in the Manchester United this season, but I think I don't think Nottingham in the Premier League may have, but we'll have to wait and see after this free kick. Will City score from this set piece? Is Bernardo Silva or Kevin De Bruyne standing over this free kick? De Bruyne lines up a shot. Deflection off of the wall and cleared away. Cambuala was inside that wall as well.
Disappointing free kick.
Yes, and this is his Premier League debut for Cambuala. He has made 2 appearances for Manchester United this season, though. This is his 3rd appearance in all competitions. Premier League debut. He came on against Wigan at the start of January and against Newport at the end of January 2 in the FA Cup for Cambuala.
Oh,
straight down the throat of Andre Onana.
Well, I mean, it's an opportunity for him, isn't it? It's a chance for him to really put his name in the picture, because at the moment, Manchester United players, as badly as some of them are playing, it does give youth an opportunity to break into the first team.
Yes, as Onana finds Victor Lindelof, and Lindelof will try and come forward. Here's Diego Dalot, who'll play for Manchester United. He will try and come away with possession. And in the game that you did Manchester United last in midweek, Paul, against Nottingham Forest, he was named on the substitutes bench, but wasn't involved. He was against Nottingham Forest in midweek in the FA Cup. That's probably why you've not seen him play much for Manchester United in the Premier League or other competitions this season.
Yeah.
As here is John Stones. He gives the ball away as Cambuala just clears this ball away well. And first real involvement there was just to get the ball away from danger. And he's gone to the right hand side of the back line now, Willie Cambuala. He plays a right back against one of those deliveries at the moment. He's in possession. And he's doing really well. He plays it down the line for Garnacho. But the ball down the line is given away. With that substitution for Evans going off, we see Victor Lindelof moving to centre back alongside Rafael Varane. And Diego Dalot moved from right back to left back. As he is
interesting switch.
Dalot does well to find McTominay. McTominay will find the youngster, Willie Cambuala, so that's there. Back to Varane. And back now to Andre Onana. Into Victor Lindelof, who will look to come forward down the left-hand side, looking for Diego Dalot. But the ball is hit out of play, and it will be a throw-in to Manchester City's Anthony is about to get ready to come on for Manchester United. And
They
what
need something from an attacking sense, don't they?
they're doing, he's probably the only real one that, from an attacking standpoint, can change something here for Manchester United in this game. As we see the ball played out wide to Kyle Walker, and down the line it goes to Phil Foden into towards the penalty area. Back it goes as well. And towards the penalty area, cleared away well and looked clear, is it? It breaks now for Ruben Dias, and he gets the ball forward. Bernardo Silva, Julian Alvarez, out wide for Bernardo Silva. Back towards Alvarez, it's cleared away well. Inside the penalty area, but Scott McTominay was bad there, helping out the defensive duties there. That's good defensive play from Scott McTominay, the Scotland international. And he's from a key part of the not only the Manchester United side this season, but the Scottish national team too. As De Bruyne, as Silva's cross is deflected into the arms of Andre Onana. And Onana can clear the ball long, and he's going Fernandez away. If he can get there, Edison, his opposite number, comes out to get there, and he does. And Ake is fouled by Garnacho, and Ake does well there to win inside a free kick right on the touchline on that left-hand side. As we see Marcus Rashford, he's the man coming off to be replaced by Anthony. Are you surprised by that one, Paul?
No, not really. Besides the goal, he's had a couple of chances that he really should have done better at, but he's been quiet in the second half. So I think it's probably a good idea for Erik ten Hag to change it up a little bit to see if he can bring on a little bit more attacking impetus into this Manchester United team.
Yes, and we saw the shot there as just coming to your Paul, of England boss Gareth Southgate and his assistant Steve Holland watching on this Manchester derby. Some of the players in the squad for both sides do play for England, with the likes of Kyle Walker, John Stones, Phil Foden, and on the bench Rico Lewis is an England international. As for United, I'll tell you who those are in a moment. As is Foden, back he goes to Ruben Dias, and now Rodri to Stones, does well here. And they're coming forward again, and the ball over the top, looking to pick out a teammate there, and he's cleared away. Here's Garnacho, and he does well, Garnacho, into Casemiro. Varane, back he goes, well here. Now Diego Dalot can fetch his ball away. Dalot goes down the line, and that's a wonderful ball for Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes has got Garnacho in behind. Garnacho, who's Anthony there this time, sorry. Anthony, but the flag is up for offside then. The Man United side, they have got Rashford, who's gone off now, as well, who is the only one in the Manchester United side who can feature for England, who started this game. Ahmed Diallo is an England international on the bench as well if he comes on.
I mean, I just wonder if he's looking at Kobe Mainoo as well. Has been quite good for Manchester United recently.
Yeah, Kobe Mainoo potential call up as well for England if that's what Southgate will want to do for the upcoming friendlies. I suppose out wide to Kevin De Bruyne. Nathan Ake crosses in deep, looking for Haaland. Lindelof as well. It's finds Ake towards Bernardo Silva. Garnacho, who's there now? Here comes Garnacho again. Anthony this time is sitting in possession back heel flick from Foden, and he's got the ball through. Play on, says the referee, is pick up possession. Good work here. Rodri in towards Bernardo Silva, and it's cleared away by Mainoo, who's doing well as City see the free kick. Foul by Foden on McTominay, and McTominay goes down. In the end, then is a free kick to Manchester United. Foul on McTominay then. Foden wanting a free kick there for a foul by Cambuala there, and he's not been given there, Paul. Was that a free kick for you?
Consistent. Well, I would say yes, because I thought the Rashford one was a free kick as well. But I'm glad the referee's at least being consistent there.
Yes, and Kobe Mainoo can also represent Ghana at international level along with England. Should be interesting to see who he opts for having represented England at youth team level so far. As here is Roger goes down, no free kick given. It's Casemiro can get this ball away from Manchester United, and here's Fernandes. What can he do here now? Fernandes, and he can break this ball away. It's Menu. Coming Menu. Ball through. It's Alejandro Garnacho. Can he get there? Yes, and he can. Edison takes him down. And the referee says, what's he said here?
Well, let's have a look. I thought he pointed to the spot. Well, he's onside, first of all. Well, let's take a look.
It looks like he points to the spot here.
Let's have a look here.
He
wins the ball first. I think he wins the ball first. That's not a penalty for me. Look at Edison. He gets the ball first.
Yeah, let's look at him. See it here, Paul. Yes, fantastic chance from Edison. And the referee gives here. I think the referee's getting a penalty.
Oh, you can't be serious.
And the VAR are checking it.
You can't be serious. That can't be given. That's a clear challenge by Edison. I think the referee's not going to. I think common sense is going to prevail here. It looks like it too. From what I can see, it looks like it's just going to be a goal kick.
Yeah, goal kick given. We just had a quick check, but the goal kick has been given and it's been taken by Manchester City. Great decision there in the end, I must say. As here comes Rodri now. Gets the ball forward to Alvarez. Rodri has it again and gets the ball through for Alvarez, who's onside. How wide is Bernardo Silva? He's moving across this right hand side up against Diego Dallo. The number 20s attacking each other down this right hand side for City. As Foden moves across to attack the youngster Cambuala. Excuse me, as here comes Bernardo, here comes De Bruyne to Ake. As now he looks to come forward. Coming up towards the final 10 minutes of this game, and we'll, in a few moments' time, Paul will be getting ready to ask you for your player of the match. Have you got any names in mind?
I'll let you know.
It's Foden, and Foden has scored, and Man City have turned this game around. And would you believe it? 2 goals in the second half from Phil Foden has turned this game on its head and given Manchester City a 2-1 lead now in the Manchester derby.
You just can't give Foden that amount of time. They didn't learn from the first goal, and he's punished them again. He looks absolutely delighted with himself, and well, he might, because he was a City fan growing up, wasn't he? And this space that he's got, it's criminal from Manchester United's defensive point of view. Look at that. Why weren't they picking him up? There's 4 defenders around him. Just look at this. It's the pass by Alvarez. Look at them. You can't defend like that. You can't give a world-class player like Phil Foden that much time. You're going to get punished for it.
You are indeed, Paul, and that's what United have done. And, Paul, United had chances when they were still 1-0 up to double their lead and increase their lead. They didn't take them. And when you don't take your chances, as you say, Paul, you don't deserve to win. And Manchester United didn't take their chance to 1-0 up. And City have took their chances in the second half, or some of their chances in the second half, and they're leading now by 2-1.
Well, it was always going to happen, wasn't it? United didn't take the chances that they had. And, you cannot keep giving a team like Manchester City with that amount of world-class players in their lineup, you can't keep giving them chances like that.
Yes, and Manchester United have made a double substitution with that, after that goal had gone in, with Amori Forson and Sofian Amrabat on for Kobe Manu and Alejandro Garnacho, are the 2 gone off. Are you surprised by the changes, Paul?
No, not in the least. I think at this point now changes have to be made because they're not creating anything. They're not doing anything. So they have to try to make some changes to spark themselves to get back into this game. They've got 8 minutes to do it, but at the moment they're not looking like they're creating anything. So, I think Erik ten Hag is doomed if he does, he's doomed if he doesn't. He has to make some changes.
Yes, it's further down the line for Alvarez. And only Alvarez inside the penalty area. On the edge now for De Bruyne. Now Ake. De Bruyne again. Rodri again as City look to come forward. Will Foden get an hat-trick today? As City will look to come forward, here is Foden on an hat-trick, remember. Phil Foden, what a player he is. Dubbed the Stockport Iniesta is Phil Foden. And you can see why, Paul, with the way he plays and carries the ball. It's like Iniesta was at Barcelona in his younger days, and he's come through the youth ranks here at City. And that's why he's known as the Stockport Iniesta. And fantastic player, Phil Foden. And I know he's at the top of the moment with City, but he could go even further in the game for Phil Foden. As he comes in, I'll get a point on Phil Foden. Your thoughts on Phil Foden in a moment. As Foden drops the ball back for Ake, and he delivers across to the back post. Then he goes into Alvarez, back for Foden. Foden across. Towards Holland, can't get there. Bernardo Silva brings it down on his chest. Stones. Bernardo Silva once more. Can he get across towards the back post? It is Diaz instead. The Rodri. The City build again. Ake. The support in the Iniesta, known as Phil Foden in possession. Here is Nathan Ake. Walker. Across the centre circle to Diaz. Inside the centre circle now. Back inside his own half. Still inside the centre circle is Kyle Walker. Now it's John Stones. Midway inside the United half of the field. Here is Bernardo Silva. Back he goes to Diaz. Walker. Back he goes again. And this is Edison. Forward brilliantly. Wonderful ball over the top, looking for the win of Bernardo Silva. Pushes Dallo in the back. And the free kick given then. Paul, your thoughts on Phil Foden? He's already at the top of his game. Could he go even further?
Of course he can. He's a world-class player. I don't think he's ever going to want to leave Manchester City, but he's just one of many quality players that England has at their fingertips for the forthcoming Euros. He's just outstanding. He's got so much skill, so much ability. They're very lucky to have him at England, and so are City.
Here's Foden on an hat-trick, and he's now back with Kevin De Bruyne. Back he goes to Nathan Ake. Very shortly, Paul, will be asking you for your player of the match in this game, if you've got it in mind already.
I've just sent it to you in the private chat.
We'll get that in a second as here comes Bernardo Silva, as City will look to come forward. Here's Ruben Dias. Back he goes to Bernardo Silva. He's got Alvarez down the line, and he's found Julian Alvarez. Lindelof and Dallo for support. Here's Bernardo Silva. Back he goes to Ruben Dias. Down the line he goes again. Bernardo Silva. Silva does well. Back he goes to Ruben Dias. Walker. Back he goes to Phil Foden. And Foden does really, really well. Back he goes to Edison's. City managed to keep hold of possession and just keep the ball really, really well. And I'm not surprised, Paul, with the choice of player of the match, which will be getting from you very, very shortly in this game. And I'll let you know I'll come to you just before I'll let you know when I'm going to ask for that. But I've got that ready to give in a few moments' time. But what I will say is, listeners, when you listen to this, the choice of player of the match in this game is absolutely well worth the choice. As here comes De Bruyne from Manchester City. He's got Foden and Holland in the centre. De Bruyne, low ball in, cut out by Varane. He's behind for a corner to City. We'll watch this corner coming up in a moment as De Bruyne does brilliantly down the left-hand side again for City. And Kevin De Bruyne has had a fantastic game today, Paul. So too Foden, Rodri, Bernardo Silva. They've been absolutely fantastic today.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy choice, to be fair.
Stones and Rodri inside the penalty area. Diaz to Ake as well. When he comes towards the back post, Ake's in there on top of the goalkeeper. And Ake, as he fouled the goalkeeper there, no, it will be another corner to Manchester City. And City appealing United appealed for a foul round by Nathan Ake. Nathan Ake did nothing wrong there.
No, there was nothing wrong with that. Onana went straight into him, and Ake had every right to go for the ball.
Yes, Bernardo Silva whips the ball in. Heads go up. Haaland can't get there. Breaks for the back post, and Dalot loses out to De Bruyne. Does well, Kevin De Bruyne up against Diego Dalot. De Bruyne doing well. Finds Julian Alvarez. Alvarez chips the ball to the far post. Bernardo Silva is there, chested down well against Victor Lindelof. Pulls the ball back for Stones inside the penalty area. Bernardo Silva to the back post. De Bruyne heads it across, looking for Haaland in the back post. Just managed to clear away, does Manchester United. And here is Anthony, who can break away for the Reds. Down the line he goes. Brilliant run. He's got Forson in the centre if you can find him. Wearing number 62, Murray Forson. He can't find him in the ball. He's out of play for a City throw-in. And City fans round down there, absolutely fantastic reaction to Foden and Ake's work rate to get the ball back and get City back in possession as the ball is played forward towards Erling Haaland, who's had a good day in front of goal today, but sometimes of his older play has been phenomenal today for Manchester City's. Despite not scoring today, Paul always put himself about a bit, and yes, I know he missed that goal-edged opportunity to make it 1-1 before half time, but his overall work rate up front has caused the back four of Manchester United, Varane, Evans, Lindelof and Varane, a few problems in this game.
Well, it's not. He doesn't just bring goal scoring to the table. He holds the ball up. He creates havoc in the penalty area. He's good in the air. It's more or less a complete package, isn't he, really?
Yes, it is. Phil Foden. He does well to find Ruben Dias. Here is Rodri now. Rodri can get the ball out wide. Only as far as Bernardo Silva. Down the line, Bernardo Silva goes backwards into the path of Walker. Now is Rodri again into Phil Foden. Rodri there too. Does well, Rodri. Wins a free kick. As we come towards the end of the normal time, as we get ready to see how many minutes of stoppage time we'll get. And we have got a minimum of 8 minutes added time. And I'm not sure, Paul, where referee Andy Madley has got 8 minutes from here.
Well, it's not Andy Madley, it's Darren England, and me neither. It's the revenge of Fergie time again, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is Madley who gives these, Paul. He tells the official how many to add on. He's the one who makes it. De Bruyne got so close to making it 3-1 there. A glorious opportunity again from De Bruyne. Just goes wide.
Good opportunity. Unlucky.
United back in possession with Onana. And he finds Casemiro. Chipped into Amrabat, who chested down well. We lose out to Rodri. And Haaland's to one goal. Haaland! 3-1! City have sewn up the game now. And it's that man, Erling Haaland. He missed a goal-edged opportunity in the first half. But he does not miss goal-edged opportunities in the second half. And Erling Haaland strikes. City extend their lead to 3. And Manchester United, what were they doing? Trying to play out from the back. And Erling Haaland just says, thank you very much. And we will take those 3 points and make sure that Manchester remains blue in this Manchester derby. It's City 3, United 1.
Well, it was a dreadful mistake by Amrabat. Onana plays the ball to Casemiro. Amrabat brings the ball down, but is dispossessed there by Alvarez, who just slides the pass through to Haaland. That is very poor play by Amrabat. Very poor play. And, you're going to give this man too many chances. He's going to score eventually, and he does. And it's 3-1.
And it's well and truly now, Paul, for me anyway, game over now. I can't see the Red Half of Manchester coming back from this now. And City, well and truly, based on this second half performance, deserve to take the points today, don't they?
Well, they do. And Manchester United haven't looked like scoring the entire second half. They've just sat back for the whole second half. They looked quite decent in the first half, but in the second half, they've just settled down, sat back, and hoped to try to defend. And that is not the way to play against Manchester City. They're going to hurt you.
Yes, as Edison picks up the ball there. And Paul, why don't we, as we just see Erling Haaland on the screen there with his 18th goal of the season, well, why don't you give our listeners your choice for player of the match? And we'll come back to that in a moment as City come forward again with Walker, does well to find Alvarez, Bernardo Silva. We'll get your player of the match shortly, Paul, and City just keeping all the possession here as they look to come forward again. Here's Bernardo Silva. Good ball in to Stones, to Rodri. Now Ake. Down the line it goes to Bernardo Silva. And De Bruyne's over there this time as well. Bernardo Silva. Oh, wonderful ball from Kevin De Bruyne. He's got Nathan Ake in there. Pulls the ball looking for Haaland. Bernardo Silva nips in. Finds Phil Foden. How wide he goes to Nathan Ake once more. Foden. Stones. Still going John Stones. Combat for Alvarez, and it's cleared away. And Kyle Walker nods it back to Edison, who then, as Bruno Fernandes closes down on him, pick up the ball. And Paul, with almost 4 minutes left to play of stoppage time, would like to give us your player of the match.
Phil Foden.
Why has he gone to Phil Foden?
Well, it's not just the 2 goals. He's created chances down the flanks. It's caused that Manchester United defence a real headache all the way through. And he is very, very dangerous and a constant threat. So today's player of the match, as sponsored by Commentary Services, goes to Manchester City's number 47, Phil Foden.
And a good choice there, well, too. There was some decent play down there for City today. And was an odd choice in the end for Paul. There were a few good plays there, and he's give a very good detailed account of why Phil Foden was the player of the match this afternoon as Edison gets the ball wide to find Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne has got Rodri screaming for it in the centre. But De Bruyne holds up the play. Back to Ake. Foden. Rodri. City just playing with United now. Stones. Foden is fouled off the ball by Amrabat, and City have a free kick. And that's Amrabat and Casemiro across there. Just checking on the welfare of him along with Anthony. And he's not happy Foden with Anthony, just telling Anthony to go away at the moment. Anthony just checking on him, which is good to see. Some of the City players weren't happy with that. Casemiro coming across to check on him. And Anthony, but they didn't really do anything wrong there, the 2 United players. Anthony along with Haaland helps him up as Phil Foden will make way now in the City substitution as Oscar Bob will come on to replace Phil Foden in the last couple of minutes or so as we see the 2 goals from Phil Foden. The second one of which Onana really should have done better with. The guy in entry but just couldn't keep it out. And the stop-out Iniesta has scored 2 of the 3 goals scored by Phil Foden today. Phil Foden makes his way around the pitch as Oscar Bob, the Norwegian, comes on, and Phil Foden will give him player of the match today. But he took his 2 goals well today, didn't he, Paul?
Oh, it's been impressive all the way through. He probably could have had a hat-trick if it wasn't for Andre Onana. He's been brilliant today, and he fully deserves the player of the match, in my opinion, at least. I don't know what the TV companies are gonna give, but for me, he fully deserved it. It was brilliant all the way through the game, and a real threat for Manchester United to deal with when they already have to watch out for De Bruyne and Haaland. Phil Foden, great work.
Yes, as Oscar Bob couldn't put any of that ball through there, as we see a shot of the away end here at the Etihad Stadium. In the away end, some of the fans are already leaving already in this game. So the City fans leaving too, trying to beat the traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Some City
well,
fans,
they might.
More City fans remain inside the stadium than United fans at this moment in time, and that's not a surprise. The way the second half has gone as Lindelof finds Amrabat. Now Dalot. There you go, Dalot on halfway for United. Into midfield for Casemiro. Back it goes to Lindelof, and Dalot gets it again on halfway, and over halfway, and down the left hand side he goes. Cuts in fielders, Diego Dalot, still going. Is he pulled down? There he is by Bernardo Silva. Free kick to United. Foul on Diego Dalot by Bernardo Silva. So a chance for City which I've got to defend here, which they wasn't really hoping to have to do. So their defending things had come to an end for this afternoon, but the selected defenders Alvarez and Bernardo and De Bruyne lining up this wall. And then it's over. This is played up from the back. Will he chip it up to the back post, or will he go for goal? Bruno Fernandes chips up to the back post. Casemiro's in there. Let's go up, and he goes behind for a goal kick, but it doesn't matter. It's all over. The second half comeback from Manchester City seal the victory in the end. The first half goal from Marcus Rashford was cancelled out following a brace from Phil Foden and one for Erling Haaland, and Manchester City win the 192nd Manchester derby by 3-1. And Paul James, let's get your overall assessment on this game this evening.
Well, it's been a very dominant performance by Manchester City, largely from start to finish. There were times in the first half where Manchester United looked decent and they were creating chances. They were not able to take those chances. In the second half, Manchester United were non-existent. They couldn't compete with City in the second half. And at the end of the day, I'm surprised there wasn't more, to be honest. And I think Erik ten Hag now, I think what this game has shown is the gap between these two sides in class. The gulfing gap between the blue side and the red side is as big as I've seen it since Manchester United were dominating in the late 90s and the first decade of the 21st century.
Yes, absolutely. So, superb day for the blue half of Manchester. A bad day for the red half of Manchester. Just before we leave you then, let me just bring you the other scores from some of the matches taking place on this Sunday, the 3rd of March, 2024, to tell you about, including the Premier League earlier on as well. And we'll bring you the Premier League 2, the WSL results, and much, much more as well this afternoon. So we'll bring you the results then, starting off in the Premier League to tell you about, and it finished in the early game which we brought to you. Burnley 0, Bournemouth 2, finished Man City 3, Manchester United 1, which you've just heard. In the Premier League 2, it finished Liverpool 21s 0, Aston Villa 2. In the Women's Super League, it finished Arsenal 1, Tottenham 0, Aston Villa 1, Liverpool 4, Bristol City 3, Brighton of Albion 7, West Ham United 1, Manchester United 1 in the Women's Super League. 6 o'clock kickoff is Leicester against Chelsea. In the Women's Championship, Lewes 2, Sheffield United 1, Reading 1, London City Lionesses 2, Blackburn Rovers 2, Durham 2. Crystal Palace versus Birmingham City, match postponed. Sunderland 1, Southampton 0. Watford versus Charlton, match postponed. In French Ligue 1, Toulouse 2, Nice 1. Brest 1, Le Havre 0. Montpellier 2, Strasbourg 2. Nantes 0, Metz 2. 30 minutes on the clock is Rennes 0, Lorient 1. At 7:45 is Lyon against Lens. In the German Bundesliga, FC Cologne 0, Bayer Leverkusen 2. Hoffenheim 2, Werder Bremen 0 at half time. In the Italian Serie A, Hellas Verona 1, Sassuolo 0. Empoli 0, Cagliari 1. Venezia 1, Lecce 1. Atalanta 1, Bologna 0. And at 7:45, Napoli take on Juventus. 32 minutes gone in between the game between Atalanta and Bologna. In the Dutch Eredivisie, Ajax 2, FC Utrecht 0. Heerenveen 2, PEC Zwolle 0. PSV Eindhoven 2, Feyenoord 2. 89th minute gone is Fortuna Sittard 5, Excelsior 2. And at 7 o'clock is Hercules v Almere City. In the Scottish Premiership, Hearts 2, Celtic 0. In the Spanish La Liga, Villarreal 5, Granada 1. Atletico Madrid 2, Real Betis 1. 2 minutes scholars is just underway. Mallorca against Girona. And at 8 o'clock, it's Athletic Club Bilbao against FC Barcelona. In the MLS to tell you about, Vancouver Whitecaps 1, Charlotte 1. Chicago Fire 1, FC Cincinnati 2. FC Dallas 1, CF Montreal 2. Houston Dynamo 1, New York Red Bulls 2. Sporting Kansas City 1, Philadelphia Union 1. St. Louis City 2, New York City 0. Colorado Rapids 1, Nashville 1. Portland Timbers 2, DC United 2. San Jose Earthquakes 1, LA Galaxy 3. Seattle Sounders 0, Austin 0. New England Revolution v Toronto FC. It is 7 o'clock kickoff. And they're your scores for today. Big thank you to my co-commentator Paul James for his excellent work earlier as the main commentator on the earlier match between Burnley and Bournemouth. And thank you for his insight to Manchester City against Manchester United. Hope you enjoyed our Sublime Sunday double header as we brought you the matches in the Premier League today. Big thanks to those who have listened for the entire 4 hours and 30, just over 4.5 hours. We're going to leave you now with the scoreline at the Etihad as City beat United by 3-1 in the Manchester derby. And all things that remains for me to say is the City fans will be saying to their near neighbours, Manchester is blue once again. From all the team here at the Comment Job, thank you very much for listening, and I'll see you again soon. Take care. Goodbye for now.